It is 8:30, so I will call to order the council meeting of Tuesday, November the 28th. We have in front of us an agenda. Are there any additions to the agenda? Councillor Christie.
If not, I'll move the agenda as presented.
Okay, well, there are some amendments to it, so.
I know, I waited.
So if nobody else has any, there is one under 5.1. So 5.1 under planning, we're going to add a bylaw 1889 clarification. So if you want to add that. And then under 7.9, legislative services, possibility of a December 5th cow meeting cancellation, discussion there. And then under 9.1, I just have a few updates on my most recent activities for under council and committee reports. Councillor Christie.
Seeing as how you added so many, I'm going to add some more.
You go right ahead.
A quick verbal report on the Drumheller solid waste, and a verbal report on a town hall by John Conrad. John Conrad, I think so. Associate Minister of Agriculture.
Town hall from John. What was his last name again? Conrad, thank you. I missed that. Any other additions? Okay, seeing none. You want to amend your...
I'll amend my amended motion. I'll move the agenda as amended.
Okay, so we have a motion to accept the agenda as amended. Thank you, Councillor Christie, for that. All in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. So the regular council meeting of November the 14th, the minutes were pre-circulated. Are there any corrections or any discussion there? Councillor McGee.
I find that we have great minutes since we changed our program too, so that I think makes it easier. But I would like to move that we approve the minutes as presented.
Okay, thank you for that. So we have a motion to receive the minutes from the November 14th, 2023 meeting as presented. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously as well. Thank you. All right. It is item 4.1 that we'll jump to first. Policy 14-12, new water connections to existing rural water lines. And welcome, Mr. McKernan. And anytime you are ready, John.
Sure, thank you. Good morning, Reeve, councillors. This morning I bring forth a request for decision. It's a decision that's well, it's basically the current policy was bringing back as part of our cycle of policy reviews. So 14-12 is the new water connections to existing rural water lines. The current policy was created to provide guidelines for applicants / landowners to connect to existing rural water lines and defining the difference between adjacent and non-adjacent connections. Some amendments in this policy have been made to the existing policy. The first notable change is the title, as the word connection replaces riser, as a riser is a portion of the overall connection to the water line. There was some adjustments in the order of the information which was presented in the policy, as well as some small wording corrections. There are two substantial changes being brought forward to council. The first is deleting the requirement that all developers and landowners adjacent to a water line must apply for a water model as a condition of the development of subdivision, or of development or subdivision. The second is deleting the county cost share option for extension of water lines. The requirement to apply for water modeling at the time of development / subdivision is put on as a condition, and if not wanted, the service remains unused. The requirement for a developer or landowner to apply for the water modeling, if it is not required by them, i.e. they will use groundwater, essentially uses up allocation on that particular water system. This could ultimately affect a future developer or landowner who requires the water connection, not receiving positive water model results. Other than our hamlets and previous water co-ops, our rural water systems have many services that are currently unused. Secondly, the option of the county cost sharing with a developer or landowner on the extension of water lines was done to make it more affordable for residents to connect to a rural water line. The current policy allows for a 50-50 cost sharing up to a maximum of $25,000, and in the past was included in the budget on the off chance that there was this opportunity. This has been removed from the budget in the last few years. This option has been utilized approximately 5 times throughout the years. There are no other policies that provide the option for a cost share for extensions or creations of county infrastructure. Financial or staffing implications. So if the proposed changes to the policy are accepted by council, it will, excuse me, it will eliminate the option for cost sharing on the extended water lines. Currently, the county offers a 50-50 cost share up to a maximum of $25,000.
Okay, are there any questions or discussion? Thank you for that. Any questions? So basically what we're doing is we're just removing the requirement for water modeling. So if they come in and they're not going to access our water line, they are not necessarily going to have to take a connection.
Yes, through the read, yeah, that's correct. So right now, when they come in and do one of those applications through planning, they're required to take it. But this would say that they're not, but they would still have that option at that time to do it if they really wanted it. But if there's some that don't want it but have to do it to get those, satisfy the requirements. So this is basically taking that out so they can have that option on their own, either use a well that they have there or do the water modeling. And the reason for it is basically there are some people that have this allocation of a riser or connection, but haven't actually ever installed it because they never wanted it, kind of thing.
So go ahead, Councillor Christie.
I guess my question would be, we have a bunch of risers that aren't used, that are in that water modeling, and that may take lines to capacity, but they're not being used. Does that affect a new riser?
When the through the chair, when the water modeling is completed, all those connections are considered in the water model. So if they've already first went on the line when it was constructed, they're already considered using it, even though they're not in physical, but in the water model they're considered using it. So that's same with these new ones through the subdivision or development. If they take it and they don't use it, then when we do a future water model, they're going to be considered as actually using it when they're not, kind of thing. So it could affect the future people.
Thank you.
So what would be the, so say I'm going to do a subdivision and I come in and I ask for a water model and a possibility of a connection. Is there a way that we could make that a requirement if they take the water modeling and they decide to connect or have a connection to the water line, that they are required to use it rather than leave it sit there as a blank riser / connection that's not being utilized? So we do the modeling, they've requested us to do that, they have no intention of using it, and yet they pay for that on the potential that in the future somebody might use it. Is there a way that we could require, if they do the modeling and request that connection, that they're actually obligated to use it or not?
Through the chair, I think that might be more of a planning bylaw maybe, I'm not too sure, but I guess if they're really gonna apply for the
Come to you in
water,
a minute, Jerry.
if they're gonna actually apply for that water modeling during subdivision, then I think they actually have that idea of using it, so I think they would be more inclined to do it. It's the ones that don't have that mindset to use the water, that they're being, as part of their development or whatever
Being
conditions,
forced.
they're being forced to do it, and they don't want to do it in the end, is my understanding, so.
Deputy Reeve Whitstock.
I guess in reference to your question, Mr. Reeve, I would think that maybe if they want to put a water riser onto that property, but aren't prepared to use it immediately, but yet still want that water riser there, that maybe the $31 a month water, whatever service fee would be part of the way to get it there. Those are my thoughts. I don't know. We kind of had that discussion a number of years ago. But because we were forcing people to take those water lines, it wasn't something that we were looking to go forward with.
Okay, thank you for that. Mr. Hogan?
Through Mr. Reeve, in answer to that question, I think there is a discussion there. Where I see that it might be useful is when we do a review of the water rate, and that's a holistic review. There is a question there around if council was to look at something like a special levy for areas that were serviced with water, would you do that on a property that wasn't able to obtain water, even if the land was serviced with a riser or anything like that? So there are some questions there that I think can be asked. I think the best time to do that would be in that holistic review of the water rate and what you intend to do with the philosophies around water. If that's going to be, as Deputy Reeve Whitstock said, you're going to get a utility bill whether you're using the riser or not, or if that's going to be a special levy applied to the area that's serviced by the water. I think all that stuff folds in, and what you decide on some of those questions lends itself to certain outcomes or certain options that go through. But that's where I'd see that question coming into play.
Okay, thank you for that. Any other discussion? If not, we have a policy change that's being suggested, the one about no longer requiring mandatory water modeling on a new subdivision, and secondly, that we're removing the subsidy on long connection stuff.
Yep. Just through the Reeves, sorry, just so I can we do have one currently underway that is underneath this policy for that extension, so that one I think would just kind of flow as it was, and any future would, if you decide.
Right. So you have a project.
I
that's-
have one currently
Okay.
kind of underway at the moment for an extension, yeah.
Okay. So you're saying that that one would go forward, and in the future, this policy would apply?
If you so chose to make that decision, yeah.
Any other discussion or comment? If not, what's the wish of council? Councillor Cunningham.
I'll move that council approve policy 14-12, new water connection to existing rural water lines as presented.
Okay, thank you for that. So I have a motion to approve 14-12. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll ask the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you. Then we're on to 4.2, which is policy 1410, long service connections. And go ahead, Mr. McKernan, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Reeve. As part of our regular policy review process, policy 14-10, long service connections administration is proposing to eliminate the current policy as it stands. The current policy was created to provide guidelines for applicants or landowners whose residence is at substantial distance from the curb stop or riser. The policy provided financial assistance with the cost for connection on distances greater than 300 meters. There is currently no other financial assistance policy other than the one that we just changed that provided landowners for for other infrastructure projects that are specific for their own personal benefit. The policy has been rarely used over the years, with approximately 3 recipients of financial aid provided through policy 14-10. There are no current changes to the policy being proposed if council wishes to continue with the program of providing the financial assistance to the landowners with a long service. If proposed change to the policy is accepted by council, it will eliminate the option for cost sharing on the long service connections. Currently, the county, as I said previously, offers cost sharing up to a maximum of $5,000.
Okay, any discussion? Councillor Forbes?
Do you believe the existing program isn't being utilized because residents are not aware that it exists?
To the Reeve, they may not know it exists, but if we do come across services that are that far away, that we do mention that to them. Yeah, but there aren't a whole bunch that are that far into the land, into their quarter, that maybe do it.
So just by way of clarification, so the previous policy that eliminated the 25,000, that was for an extension of a water line to a curb stop. And this one is from the curb stop to the property.
Yes, Reeve, that's correct. So the first one was the actual water main extension. This is your service connection from the curb stop into your house.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we know what we're talking about, hopefully. Any other questions or comment? If there are none, what is the wish of council? Are we prepared to delete this policy? Suppose not everyone's supposed to move at once, but Deputy Reeve, Whitstock.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Reeve. I would move that council delete existing policy 14-10, long service connection as presented.
Okay, so we have a motion to delete policy 14-10, the long service connections. Is there any further discussion? Once I call for the vote, that's the end of that. So any further discussion? Okay, I'm not seeing any, so I'm going to ask the question. All those in favor? And that is also carried unanimously. Thank you. And thank you, Mr. McKernan. Thank you. The next item on our agenda is Bridge File 13477, and it's presented by Mr. Conklin. Welcome, Mike,
Thank you.
and anytime you're ready.
Okay, so some background on Bridge File 13477. It's a bridge file size culvert located just west of Trochu on Township 33-2A. So there's a bit of a correction there on that. The bridge file is a very low structural rating of 0.2%. It is also proposed in the 2024 budget for replacement. The design of the structure was approved in the 2023 capital budget. So the STIP, or Alberta Strategic Transportation Infrastructure Program, helps fund and maintenance on bridges and bridge size culverts on municipal roads. Typically, funding is only available for bridges with a structural rating of 44.4% or lower. If the application is successful, the provincial contributions could be up to 75% of eligible costs. The replacement of the bridge file 13477 is proposed in the 2024 budget with funding from the Roads Reserve. Administration is bringing this request forward prior to the final adoption of the 2024 capital budget due to the STIP funding deadline being November 30th, 2023 for the 2024 year construction. So the recommendation would be that council approve the application of the STIP funding to help fund the construction of 13477.
Okay, thank you for that. Are there any questions? Councillor McGee.
I just wanted to say I appreciate the package that was put together. Excellent information for us to have, and therefore I'd like to make the motion that we approve the application to the Strategic Transportation Infrastructure Program to help fund the construction of BF 13477.
Okay, so we're discussing replacement of a bridge-size culvert. I was a little lost when I was looking for the 32-2A and where it was.
That was,
But as soon as I realized where it was, I know exactly which one you're talking about, so. Any further discussion on the motion to approve an application for STIP funding to help fund the construction of Bridge File 13477? We have a motion to approve. Any further discussion? Okay, I'm not seeing any. I'm going to ask the question. All those in favor? Okay, thank you, Deputy Reeve. That's carried unanimously. And thank you, Mr. Conklin. We made it way too easy for you, but
appreciate it.
come back again another time. Thank you. So the next item on our agenda would be 5.1, which is Bylaw 1889, a clarification. And welcome, Ms. Hazelton. And whenever you're ready.
Good morning, Reeve and Council. So in response to Council's request, administration wishes to seize the chance to furnish extra details regarding the modifications to the land use bylaw, specifically addressing its implications for personal use of renewable energy. The original draft was made available on the website following the September 26th council meeting, where it remained until the revised version replaced it on November 22nd, following the committee of the whole meeting. The revised red letter version was completed Thursday morning, November 23rd, and was emailed to council shortly after. It has been added to the website as of November 24th. Administration had learned and brought forward to council that some of the proposed changes to the bylaw were unclear where the line was between the requirements for private renewable applications and large-scale renewable operations. Administration wanted to ensure that the private landowner could utilize renewable energy for their use without the same requirements placed on a developer applying for a commercial industrial-sized facility. The specific sections where this was evident and addressed are as follows. For specific to the wind energy conversion system, in the referrals section, we've now made sure that that's amended so the referrals are done on those large projects. The same with the setback requirements. Those now relate to the category 3. Under 4.5, there was an amendment based on feedback received from council on November 21st, and that was regarding the provincial highway setback, so whichever is greater, we've addressed that. For item section 7, the number of wicks on a quarter section was amended to just deal with category 1 or 2. So those are the private or the agricultural. Additional requirements for section 8 was amended to be category 3 only. Again, those were a lot of extra requirements that a private landowner would not need to do. Under section 9, public consultation was amended to be category 3 only. And then under the solar energy system section, the following amendments were made. We added a definition for healthy forage as per the direction of council at the October 17th committee of the whole meeting. This definition was a collaboration between the agricultural fieldman and the planning department and was taken from the Rangeland Health Assessment Manual developed by Alberta Agriculture. Further clarification was added to section 2.3 and 7F, and that's specific to safety code requirements. So even on a private, you do have to have safety code requirements. You do have to show us that your roof can handle a roof-mounted system, so you do have to supply engineering on those cases, so we want to make sure that's clarified. Under section 2.8, it clarifies the requirements for agricultural and private solar systems again. Under Section 3, a paragraph was added to further clarify the order of the process. So again, we have always asked an applicant to get their AUC approval first prior to coming through our door, so we know what has been considered in that process. Under 3.5C, additional information was added to further clarify how the assessment of a vegetation, weed, and pest management plan will take place to ensure compliance. And again, that was done in conjunction with the ag fieldman, and it will largely fall on them to do those assessments. Fire and emergency management was clarified to be a requirement for a solar energy system, commercial, industrial. Public consultation was clarified to apply to a commercial industrial site. Protection of agricultural lands, that whole section 6 was clarified to apply to solar energy systems, commercial, industrial. Section 7, notification was clarified to apply to solar energy systems, commercial, industrial. And then in section 8, the additional conditions were clarified again, that they applied only to commercial, industrial. An additional map noting all the setbacks on one map was added as per council's request, and these maps have been added to both versions on the website as well as in your package.
Okay, thank you for that. Are there any questions, any clarification? Councillor Cunningham.
I just want to say thank you for that clarification. I know that makes it a little bit more clear for ratepayers that weren't really sure what the changes were, so thank you for that.
Any other questions or comment? Have we lost Deputy Reeve? Maybe we'll just wait till he's back.
I hear him.
It's a time delay, in case I say something I'm not supposed to. Okay. All right. So we'll just assume that Deputy Reeve will rejoin us when he is able. All right. Is there any further questions for Ms. Hazelton regarding the clarifications provided to Bylaw 1889? If not, Councillor McGee.
I'd like to move that we accept this report for information as presented, and thank you, Barb, I appreciate it.
Okay, so we have a motion to receive for information the clarifications on Bylaw 1889, basically the red letter version that was provided to council after our last meeting and presented here today. Thank you for doing that. If there are no other questions or comments, I'm going to ask the question on the motion, which is to receive for information. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. And thank you again, Barb. Appreciate it. The next item on our list of things to do is 6.1, which is 2024 budget responses to questions and information requests. And welcome back, Ms. Von Meerbach. We appreciate you being here and answering all of our questions. So thank you for that. And anytime you're ready.
Good morning, Reeve and members of council. Today I bring forward to you the third component of the 2024 budget process. Administration has prepared a presentation to review the current state of the budget and to respond to questions and information requests received from council during the previous two budget presentations. The intent of today's presentation is to obtain guidance to finalize the budget book for intended presentation and adoption at the December 12th meeting. Just as a review of what the first few meetings have done, the first one was setting the stage and new projects, where we did an environmental scan, we did a brief overview of assessment, we looked at strategies utilized to ensure ongoing fiscal sustainability and future strategies to support the continuation of that journey. We also looked at how Kneehill County compares to our standard comparators. We highlighted budget pressures that we've faced over the past few years, and we've provided an overview of operating and capital projects included within the 2024 budget. Then at the November 14th budget, we presented the core operating budget for council's discussion and information. So today we're responding to any questions that were raised during those first two meetings or came through the CAO in between those times. And the intent is to respond to all those questions and to set the stage for what the next steps are towards adopting a balanced budget. So today's presentation has three components. I'm going to go through the current state of the budget, which includes the current state of the operating budget, as well as what projects are on the table for council's consideration. Then the next section will be responses to any questions that council has raised. And then the third component is looking at the next steps in terms of what options are on the table, things that administration is recommending could be done to close the budget and adopt a balanced budget in December. So this first slide is where we landed at the end of November 14th council meeting with an operational shortfall of $2.6 million. This included new initiatives as well as a core budget shortfall. Now, that being said, there's a couple things that have changed since then or have been amended either on administration's part or through other information sources that have changed the shortfall that's sitting on the table within the operating budget. The first one is administration has increased bulk water revenues in the budget by $82,000. This is based on some historical trending analysis of bulk water, specifically with increases in high volume usage. So administration has felt comfortable increasing that budget line associated with existing usage stats. The next piece is IT contract support. In our first meeting on October 17th, this was proposed as a full-time position. And at the November 14th meeting, it was reduced to $70,000 worth of contract support. Administration has further decreased that by $40,000 to put it on the table as a $30,000 contract support for IT. That will be seen in the new initiatives component when we get there later on in the presentation, but this is just something that's affected where our shortfall is sitting. Then the third item is some recommendations that came through an ASB meeting on November 15th. These relate to increased service levels, which have increased the costs associated with the roadside weed control new initiative. So with those amendments in mind, this is where our current shortfall is sitting within the operating budget at $2,775,014. 33% of that relates to new initiatives, including new positions, ag service programming, IT contract support, software. And then the remaining 67%, or $1.8 million, is related to the core operating budget shortfall. Within the core operating shortfall, some of the main drivers of that are decreased return on investments based on our proposed strategy to realign investment revenues from funding the operating budget to funding reserves. Increased costs for contract goods and certain materials and supplies, which are primarily related to inflationary pressures. There's also a portion of those increased costs that are related to higher repair and maintenance costs due to aging equipment. There's also a significant portion of that core operating budget shortfall that's related to increased contributions to reserves to fund the replacement of equipment, which is, again, as a result of inflationary pressures on the price of vehicles and equipment. So that summarizes the core operating budget. And then I'm going to go over Pause for a moment. So what I'm going to do then is just do a high-level overview of what projects are on the table. Again, we went through these in depth on the 17th, but we wanted to remind council of what projects are on the table for, typically these are all approved or funded through reserves or grants. And so they don't impact the core operating budget, but they do impact reserve levels. So the first section is projects that were initiated within 2023, but have 2024 budget requirements. The first one is related to rural road construction, where administration's requesting an extra $22,000 on top of the initial $200,000 approved. This is for the design phase of this project. Further costs would come in 2025 and 2026 in order to actually rebuild those sections of the roads. The second one is Bridge File 13477. And that's got $550,000 worth of costs, recommended to be funded out of the roads reserve. And as council is aware, we are trying to obtain some STIP funding for that project to go forward. However, the way that the budget's put forward is that project can go forward regardless of whether or not that STIP funding is received. And if it is received, then that would decrease the amount we're pulling out of reserves for that project.
I guess I just would have a question regarding the projected road construction, and just I was wondering about how many miles or what, just what projects are being projected there. Sorry.
No, that's excellent. Thank you. So through the chair, as council is aware, we are going through the road study development there, looking at drafts actually this week of the final plan there. Prior to being presented at council. I'd say that if you recall, we're not necessarily looking at this stage at a specific section of road, more at the strategies on how we determine which roads we're looking at. So administration does have some recommendations already off the bat for smaller sections of the road that we see as a potential for the construction in I guess the design in 24 and the construction in 25 of these roads. This number is based on 4 miles of road reconstruction. I don't feel at this time that we're going to hit that level looking at the roads that we're going to propose, but that's kind of what we're going to go forward with the ultimate road plan of 4 miles every second year for construction. So the strategy will be designing them the year prior and constructing them the next year, making sure that we have all the environmental approvals and that sort of thing in place. So, does that answer your question, Reeve King?
Yeah, I believe it does. Okay. So, just further clarification then, so potentially, and because we haven't seen it, I guess we will see it eventually.
Yes.
So right now, the 22,000 that's being asked for in the 2024 budget is just to finalize the plan. Is that correct?
No. So through the chair, this 22,000 is, so the plan has already been budgeted in 2023, the funds to develop the plan. This is for the actual design of the segments of road that we're going to be, engineering design, environmental approvals, all that sort of thing. We estimate about 200,000 is needed for engineering on that. So this 22,000 is just in addition to that, a contingency on top of that 200,000, just to ensure price increases that we're staying with inflation, that sort of thing.
Okay, thanks. Okay. Any other questions before we go on? Okay, I think you're good. Thank you.
Okay, the second category of projects that are on the table are the replacement of existing assets. So these represent assets which have reached the end of their useful life and are required to maintain existing service levels. So within this, we've got, for parks and agricultural services, 2 light-duty pickup trucks, a utility tractor, 2 mowers, the replacement of the informational sign at Horseshoe Canyon, the replacement of the playground in Torrington, with the future costs on that project to be the replacement of additional playgrounds. Those would be approved in a future budget. They're not included within the 2024 budget allotment. Within corporate services, there's 2 items. The IT capital plan purchases. This is something that's typically brought forward every year for replacement. Within the operating budget, there's a standard amount that's being contributed into the IT reserve to fund these, and the number for actual purchases each year goes up and down depending on what needs to be replaced that year. The second item there is with the council room video wall, which has reaching the end of its useful life, and there's some current concerns with being able to maintain it at its current state, so it's being recommended to be replaced. Within protective services, there's the replacement of the Acme tender, and then within transportation, there's the replacement of the calcium applicator truck and the replacement of an end dump trailer. Continuing on with the replacement of assets, there's more items within transportation. There's
Just before you go.
Yep, absolutely.
Can I ask a question on the Acme tender? Is that been ordered, or is that projected to be ordered?
Sorry.
Mr. Gannon, I'm just asking the question in the capital or replacement of existing assets, talks about the Acme tender and a replacement there. Has that truck been ordered?
Not from my knowledge, but I'd have to verify that, Reeve.
Okay. I just wondered if that was already in process or not. Okay, go ahead.
Through the chair, we typically won't initiate that process until council's approved the budget for it, so I don't believe it's been ordered.
All right.
So continuing on with replacement of existing assets, there's some other items within transportation. There's a 1-ton pickup with a dump box. There's 4 heavy-duty 3/4-ton pickups. There's a gravel dump trailer, a rough terrain forklift, a D5 dozer, and the replacement of 3 different bridge files. Actually, sorry, there's a replacement of 2 of the bridge files. One of them is just the design stage with future costs to come in 2025. The next category is the maintenance of existing assets. So this is one where the assets aren't necessarily at the end of their useful life, but they're not performing as required and need maintenance to them. The first one is major bridge maintenance. So this is one project that can apply to various bridges across the county, and this is where proactive maintenance can extend their useful life by upward of 10 years. The next few items are all within facilities. The first one is administration and FCSS parking lot design, assessment, and repair. The funding included within the 2024 budget just reflects the initial design costs to assess what needs to be done within those. Then there's the protective services office renovation, which is intended to transition cubicle spaces for peace officers into a collaborative shared space, which will protect the confidentiality of the work performed by protective services. Then there's some public works renovations, which include eaves trough replacement on the public works shop building, lighting retrofit in some of the older shopyard buildings, and the removal of the elevator in the public works shop. And the last item is some updates to the Three Hills Transfer Station, which includes the replacement of the existing gate and improvements to the existing building structure. Then we have a few new assets that are being proposed within the 2024 budget. These are assets that don't currently exist within the county's asset base, but are being requested to maintain service levels or achieve goals within council's strategic plan. Within Parks and Ag Services, there's the development of a market and event space at Horseshoe Canyon. There's some shade structure implementation at Horseshoe Canyon. And then there's the design of a concept drawing for an interpretive center and washrooms at Horseshoe Canyon. Within facilities, there's a proposal of the fencing of the Swalwell Pump House and Reservoir site. And within protective services, there's the fencing of the Wimborne and Linden Towers, as well as additions to the burn training structure at the Trochu Fire Hall. The next category is operating projects. So these represent items which are not capital in nature, but either ensure administration is able to maintain existing service levels or facilitate and progress council's strategic plan. The first item is within agricultural services is the Growing Kneehill event. The next item within environmental services is a utilities master plan for Torrington, as well as concrete crushing at the solid waste transfer site. Within facilities, there's a project to enhance PSD's citywide maintenance manager module for utilization by facilities. And then within transportation, there's a pavement condition assessment report. There's also a 6th category of projects, which are new initiatives, and those are encompassed within the core operating budget, and we'll address a little bit more further on in the presentation. So with that, that's the overview of where we're sitting within the budget, both on the operating piece and the project piece. I can move on to responding to some of the questions that have come up by council over the last two budget meetings.
So just before you do that, just one last question on the operating projects. The Growing Kneehill event, the 66,000 would be including the long table dinner at this point.
Through the chair, my understanding is that the majority of that funding was removed until further clarification was given through council on the future of the Growing Kneehill event.
Okay, so this 66,000 that's here, is that still in or is that out?
That is still in, but the majority of the budget is still in question, depending on the direction council would like to go, which we're looking at bringing in January at the committee of the whole on the recommendations and go forward from there.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Cunningham?
So in terms of the Horseshoe Canyon Interpretive Center and washrooms, I'm just wondering, have we had any provincial conversations, or are we anticipating any about finding out if there's any funding available for that project?
Go ahead, Mr. Gannon.
Thank you. Through the chair. One of the main applications of this project is actually looking at those feasibility fundings to look at different investors, partners, and grant opportunities. We do have a delegation that is coming today to talk about their master plan and how this feeds into it, and potential funding opportunities may be discussed through that report as well. We've had ongoing conversations with individual stakeholders in those areas on our current master plan that's been approved in principle, and the potential growth within that area. So there is opportunity, there is lots of conversations that are happening. The beginning of this report, or this project, is actually to provide the information back to council so you may understand what potential funding models are available to move forward to further infrastructure growth.
Councillor Cunningham?
But bottom line is, we've got no commitment for provincial funding as, like, to date.
As of today, we have no funding. There are 2 grants that we're going to be applying for, but we're not sure on where we would stand with that. And we're hopeful, as always, but the small communities grant that's out there, we're hoping that would be considered for the first phase in this project.
Okay, any other questions? Councillor Phopes?
It's on the playground replacement in Torrington. Who does the evaluations on the playgrounds for the county that determines if the structures are still viable for kids to be playing on? And is the one in Torrington in jeopardy of my children playing on it and harming themselves?
Mr. Gannon?
Thank you. Through the chair, our Parks Department is responsible for those evaluations. They are trained to do so. If the park was in jeopardy, it would be actually shut down, blocked off, gated. So at this time, it's due for replacement, but it's still safe in order to use. But we do need some repairs, or in this case, a replacement of the existing structure.
Okay, thank you for that. Are there any other questions at this point? I'm not seeing any, so if you care to move on.
Absolutely. The first couple slides I have are response to questions related to water rates. The first one is the per cube rate on water distribution systems and how Kneehill compares to some of our comparators. So we've pulled some rates from some of our local urban municipalities, as well as some county rates from our surrounding areas, and then projected where our average is versus where the county sits. I'd just like to clarify on the highs and lows. Wheatland County's low and high is depending on where location is. Rocky View's low and high is actually dependent on usage. So after a certain volume, the higher rate is implemented. And Kneehill County's, again, depending on the distribution system that the person's hooked up to.
Okay, so basically the difference in our rates is water well systems in 2 hamlets and Aqua 7 or Kneehill County water system distribution.
Yes, that's correct. The next item is a comparison of bulk water rates. So we pulled some comparators and tried to stay as local and close to where Kneehill County is as we could. There's a variety of rates ranging from as low as 3.97 per cube up to 8.08 per cube. The average coming in at $5.50, where Kneehill County is sitting at $4.50.
Okay, thank you.
The next item relates to where our bulk water usage history is in cubes. So this has the data from 2021, 2022, and then to October 31st within 2023. The base, and I've also split that out by low volume, moderate volume, and high volume. You can see the majority of the growth within the total cubes that we're selling is related to moderate and high volume usage.
So is most of that high volume usage then related to oil and gas activity?
Yes.
Thank you.
There's a couple of specific users that make up the majority of that high volume.
And so that would reflect a little less use in this current year to this point in the high water volume, guys.
Yeah, we're on fairly good pace, but yes, it's a little bit lower than what they did last year.
There were less than a full year reflected there.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
And the next item relates to some of the increases in costs for repairs and maintenance within the shop department. This is a historical of what's been spent within the shop. I'd just like to clarify, as I was working through my notes, the system that they use to generate the total cost repairs actually incorporated a few more GL accounts. So my budget line is a little bit off of what it is. It should be a little bit higher than that. I just noted that yesterday and wanted to make sure that that was made aware. But as you can see, there's a significant more cost within 2023 over 2022, and again from 2022 to over 2021. The majority within 2023 are some major significant repairs that have come into effect in 2023 due to some aging equipment. Now, we're not anticipating that those significant repairs continue, that trend doesn't continue. However, we acknowledge that the costs of repairs and maintenance, all those parts are significantly going up, and that's where that trend in increasing those costs within the operating budget is coming from.
So then my question would be the increased cost on the greater side of things would be, I'm assuming, some major repairs that we've had, blades cost increases and probably fuel cost increases?
Thank you. So through the chair, this note right here signifies strictly repair parts for equipment. We have increased the blades, the culverts, all that supplies budgets on the other items. This slide, referring back to a question that was asked at the last meeting, is primarily on, as Marika Mr. Murbach mentioned, that this also includes tires and batteries, that sort of thing, within the total budget there. So you're right. This year we had significant repairs that came up, multiple transmissions that $60,000, $70,000 repairs add up this number really quickly. So.
Okay, then just as a follow-up, then the portion that's considered to be general, which has a fairly major increase, that would be the other items that you just mentioned, things like culverts and...
Through the chair, no, this is still repairs. So the general is, how we broke this down is basically 4 different segments. So the graders, we looked at the gravel crew, which included the trucks and the trailers, kind of giving an overall department costing on here. The maintenance was the... basically the culvert crews, so the tandem gravel trucks, some loaders, that sort of thing.
So that's, maintenance is the project crew then?
So no, so the maintenance is everything that doesn't fall into that. So the smaller trailers, some of the pickups, that sort of thing, is basically the coverall after, that didn't fit into those other 3 categories.
And the general then includes?
So if you'll see there, the general includes something as identified like the Environmental Services Department, which had a major repair on one of the landfill compactors this year. That's why I see such a huge jump from 22 to 23, because we had I'd say about an $80,000 repair on a transmission and the replacement of that on that machine. So normally that year, you see it's very minimal, 21, 22 for that department. This year, it really bumped up the numbers.
Okay, thanks for the clarifications. Any other questions? I'm not seeing any, so I guess go ahead.
Okay, the next few slides relate to the capital equipment plan, which is included within supplemental information in this report, the physical plan printed and detailed. I'm just going to go over kind of how that's developed and what things are taken into consideration, as well as some high-level summarizing of that information that's within those tables. So the capital equipment plan is a financial document that outlines the county's approach to funding the replacement of capital equipment such as vehicles and machinery. The funding plan ensures there are adequate financial resources available to replace equipment when it reaches the end of its useful life. So the plan itself includes an asset listing of everything that is included within funding planning for that. And what we end up doing is we take that asset list, we determine replacement costs based on price trending. We set an anticipated useful life, which is an assessment of the expected lifespan of each piece of capital equipment based on historical data. We estimate the end value, which is the end value when the county replaces that asset and potentially sells it to another source. Then we calculate the annual contribution. So that's based on what our replacement cost is, less what our end value is expected to be, and basically divided by how many years we expect to use it. So that ends up giving us a number that we need to contribute into that plan for every piece of equipment per year in order to fund it when we anticipate it to reach its end of useful life. And then there's an assessment of a need for replacement, which is not only based on what that plan says. Really, that plan is fundamental for funding the future replacement, but there's a variety of other factors that are taken into consideration prior to actually proposing an item for replacement.
Okay, are there any questions? Councillor Forbes.
Who determines the value of the truck after it's served its purpose? Like, I mean, I see what you've stuck in here, and I'm wondering if that's just low, the estimated end value of some of the things that you're projecting that they're going to be worth at the end of their life, especially on vehicles.
Mr. Zier, did you want to tackle that, or is it on your back?
We can both.
Through the chair, typically that's through our purchasing department and also looked at within historical information on what we've been able to sell those assets for. It also kind of depends on at what point in their useful life we anticipate to sell them. Sometimes it's with a grader, we try and sell it before some of those major repairs might happen, and so those values might be higher. Versus sometimes with a pickup truck, we might anticipate that it's used in a higher volume for a certain period of time and then transition to another department with lower usage. And by that point, the end value might be lower than if we'd sold it at the end of the first department's usage of that item. But it is typically an estimate. We typically send all of these pieces of equipment over to auction. And so we can set a reserve bid on those items, but we aren't always sure of exactly what that end value is. And realistically, the end value estimate is in order to decrease the amount of contributions we're making and try and offset what we think we need to put away for that piece of equipment. And anything that actually is raised by when we sell those at auction is returned back into the capital equipment plan, whether it's the $1,000 we estimated or whether we get $8,000 for that item or whatever other different circumstances could arise.
Okay, any follow-up? No, okay. Thank you for that, appreciate clarifications.
Okay, the next two slides are kind of summarizing the capital equipment plan information that's included within the table itself. And then I've got one slide that talks about how we actually assess an asset for replacement. So this first one is the capital equipment plan, our projected replacements by department. So this is one item where we can kind of identify why contributing a stable amount into the reserves is beneficial within the operating budget, because the amount to be replaced in any given year can fluctuate drastically. And so when we're contributing a standard amount through the operating budget, it allows fluidity there, and it allows for us to not have massive tax rate implications in any one year because we have a lot of replacements scheduled for that year. So this table is based on what we're projecting. It doesn't necessarily mean that those assets will be replaced in that year, because they'll go through an assessment of whether or not we need to replace them, can move them to a different department and whatnot. This is just what we're projecting to need so that we can fund the assets as over their useful life. Now, this next slide actually includes reserve contributions, as well as the draws that we're anticipating to make, and then the balance that we're projecting to have. At this point, based on the amount that we're contributing in and the replacement costs that we have and the funding amounts that we've calculated, we're projecting to have a deficit within that reserve in 2031 and 2032. However, we're almost balanced out by the end of 2034. This is reflective of where those massive increase in contributions have been recommended by administration in this year's budget cycle, is based on where those balances are sitting and how we can ensure that that equipment's funded over the long term.
So basically what happens if there's a shortfall and we're purchasing equipment, it goes directly into the budget as a request for funding in that particular year. If we don't have reserve funds, then we have to make it up in tax revenue.
Through the chair, yes, or could be
Or
funded
not
through,
purchase.
it could be funded through different reserves as well.
Okay. Any questions? Not?
Okay, the last slide I have with respect to the capital equipment plan is some of the considerations that are taken into effect when we look at replacing an asset. So again, when it reaches the end of its useful life based on the capital equipment funding plan, that doesn't mean it automatically comes forward to council for replacement. There's a bunch of things that we look at in the background to determine whether it should be going forward for replacement in that budget year. The first step is where it's sitting on the funding plan status. The second thing is considering equipment downtime, which includes considerations for items such as how often is the item down for maintenance and out of service? Are there equipment rental costs being incurred due to that downtime? We'll also look at the actual maintenance costs themselves. So that includes items for consideration are maintenance cost trends higher than anticipated? Are maintenance cost trends higher than for similar equipment on the plan? So this is one where a few years ago we tried to increase the useful life of our graders on the plan to smooth out that replacement cost, to lower the annual amount we had to contribute. Now we've seen that there's some significant repair costs that have come in effect from that. Now a portion of that is due to delays with the current market, but we also have seen that extending that useful life actually significantly increases our repair costs. And the optimal useful life is potentially shorter, where we can sell it for a higher price and sell it prior to some of those costs coming into effect. So those are things that are taken into consideration when we set useful life, when we look at whether an asset should be up for replacement. We also look at whether we can transfer something into an alternative use. Can we use it for something else? One example is we had some pickup trucks, the landfill truck needed to be replaced one year. And rather than actually buying a new vehicle for that purpose, we repurposed one that was up for sale into that asset. And that's the funding plan for that unit now, is to always use something that maybe now is no longer good for constant daily use by one of our people who are constantly on the roads, but could be used for something that has lower mileage, less risk of it being out of service and having implications for that. The last thing we consider is whether there's some obsolescence concerns. Is it becoming difficult to source parts for that equipment? Or is the technology outdated and going to require additional resources in order to maintain the asset? So all of those things are taken into consideration prior to any assets coming forward to council during budget deliberations for replacement. Okay, the next item is, there was a question about what the history of the pavement assessment project is and whether it's been completed before. So I'd just like to report there has not been a pavement assessment ever conducted in the past for the county. And the intent of this operating project is to do physical condition assessments on the paved surfaces within the county to inform future decisions on road bans, overlay schedules, and alternative surfaces to identify cost-saving opportunities.
Okay, I think we're good to go on.
This next slide is just overviewing the history of reserve contributions and draws. One of the questions that we've often talked about is what the optimal reserve balances are, what optimal reserve contributions are. And so this is just, we're trying to show that the draws can fluctuate significantly year to year depending on which projects are completed. 2022 had a really low year because there were some projects that were budgeted for but weren't complete in that year. They were caught up within 2023 when those projects were completed. Now the reserve contributions are a little more stable. Now I will like to note that there are some within these contributions that are not included within the core operating budget, but were contributions that were made with year-end surpluses. And so that's something that is the one thing that will fluctuate those reserve draws. If I'd split it out to just show the core operating ones, you'd see that number be fairly stable. And I would also just note that when you look at that number, when you look at 2024 with the proposed $9.2 million contributing to reserves, that represents almost a third of our operating budget being contributed for long-term planning. So when you look at our total operating budget, 1/3 of it is us putting money towards future replacement of assets, future financial sustainability of the county.
I think you're good.
This next one is a table of properties that are impacted by minimum tax levels. So at present, our minimum tax rate is at $125, which includes 103 properties that are within hamlets that are classed as residential, 25 that are residential but not within hamlets, and 815 which are either non-residential or farm parcels of land. We've extrapolated that out to what the impact would be on $150 minimum tax, $175 and $200 of minimum tax, as well as the budget impact that would be associated with increasing tax by those amounts. Now, as you can see, the vast majority of parcels that are impacted by the minimum tax are non-residential or farm parcels. The next item is planning for the expiration of special levies. So as council saw within the operating budget this year, there was a reduction in revenues from special tax levies, as well as a reduction in the contributions to the water reserve associated with those. So these are in place from when the water lines were initially built, and those amounts were being paid off over a period of time, and they're now reaching their expiry. I believe the last one expires in 2026. So at this point, there's no formalized strategy in place to actually offset the loss of those revenues. However, there's various options on the table, including implementing new special levies for properties that have access to water. Administration anticipates that planning for this will be associated with future water rate reviews and also consideration for what subsidy levels we're sitting at and what council's preference is for those. The last item within responses to questions is categorizing the new initiatives that are proposed within the operating budget in terms of priority level. So what administration has done is prioritized all the new initiatives based on high, moderate, or low, and these are really associated with the level of risk of not moving forward with these initiatives. So if the priority level is high, there's a high level of risk of not moving forward with that item. Moderate, there's a moderate. Low, there's a low risk of not approving it within this budget year. Now that might mean it comes back in a future budget cycle. So classified as high includes the contracted IT support, which again, as I mentioned before, has been downgraded from a proposed full-time position down to $30,000 worth of contracted support. There's also WaterCAD software, which is intended to minimize the costs associated with water modeling for new water connections. Those costs through the engineering firm have increased substantially, and so implementing this software would mitigate those costs. And then the new shop position, which would be responsible for inventory management at the shop. Classified as moderate is the Ag Services seasonal support strategy, which is amending some of the ways we're hiring seasonals to try and move towards longer-term seasonal employment in order to better support the department during the summer months. And there's also the equipment operator, which would represent an additional staff member for the maintenance and gravel crew. Then classified as moderate or low is the protective services admin support staff, which would support both the peace officers and the fire department and the manager of protective services as well. Then classed as low is the cemetery community grant. This was a new grant program being recommended by administration that has a low risk of not moving forward with. There's also the environmental technician. This has been identified as a position that could be delayed to a future budget cycle. Just providing for some more analysis, determining how the seasonal support strategy might help the department and really analyze exactly what that position would need to support and at what level they would come in on. There's also enhanced public engagement, which is related to the planning department, and administration believes that this could likely be funded through strategic initiatives rather than being a new initiative within the operating budget. The final item is actually marked as council direction required. This is related to the ASB recommendations from their meeting on November 15th for a total cost of $363,000 incurred on the annual operating budget. So this item their costs have increased significantly since the first initial presentation based on the recommendations by ASB. And so administration hasn't felt we are able to classify it as a priority level, as it's more of a council decision on what direction they want to go with that. I will note with that one, while the operating costs have increased, it has come with taking off the $77,000 piece of equipment that would have come with that in the initial presentation.
Councillor Forbes.
On the environmental technician, have we figured out what the actual price is, Mr. Gannon? Because I thought that when we talked about this at ASB, that there were two numbers joined into that. It was their wage plus something else. Have we figured that out?
Mr. Gannon.
Thank you, through the chair. Through conversations with our HR department, they believe at a high level it'd be 144, depending on the determination of the position and the education requirements on the position. So the high level is 144, all inclusive.
Okay, I guess I would be seeking some clarification on the roadside weed control, because I thought in the conversation that we had at Ag Service Board that the number that we had bantied about was about 305 based on the mowing, increased chemical costs, and the potential extension of the two seasonal positions. And so this number is about $60,000 higher than the conversation that happened at Ag Service Board. So I was just wondering if there was some clarification as to what's included in that number, because I also thought the 4471 would be reflective of the increased seasonal support. So really what we're talking is almost $100,000 more than what we discussed. And so just looking for clarification there.
Thank you, through the chair. If you wouldn't mind, give me a few moments. I'll pull up those notes.
Sure, yeah, not a problem. I just, based on the conversation that I know that we had and the numbers that we had discussed at Ag Service Board, these numbers are significantly higher than that conversation, and so just looking for clarification, that's all. So thank you. Any other questions related to the items just discussed? Councillor Cunningham.
Just wondering about some clarifications about the IT support. I'm just wondering what changed where we went from wanting a full-time person to now down to a $30,000 contract position. I know it seems to me that that's a department or an area that we certainly do need more assistance with.
Mr. Hogan?
Through Mr. Reeve, so what's changed there? The need hasn't changed. What we've done is try to address it differently. So it did start as a full-time position, moved down to a contracted amount, and then after the last discussion, we moved it down again. Really what's changing is the level of service involved with that. So you get a much higher level of service with the additional staff member because you have that additional resource to do things. When we bumped it down to a contracted service, we are looking at applying fewer resources to that area. What we've done again is saying that let's bump it down again. We'll contribute fewer resources to it, and I'm going to get kind of unscientific here, but we'll see how it goes. For what we've said is we think we can try this and see what that adds to our capacity. As Ms. Van Meerbach said, it is one of those items that depending on the outcome of that, you may see a request to bump that in 2025, depending on what we find. So really from the last iteration, we'll contract a bit less than what we had looked at. And that was something that in discussions with the supervisor of that department, we said, let's maybe start a bit smaller and build up rather than starting at, say, a midpoint.
Councillor Cunningham?
So I guess my question would be, would there be any thought to doing that with the other positions? Would you maybe want to start smaller, do some contracted work, and see if we actually do require a full-time position?
Mr. Chair, that in a way has already been done. So when we look at some of those other positions, like the environmental technician, it's really along that same line. The reason we've ranked it as a low-risk item is because once we have the seasonal supports in place, it gives us more ability to assess what impact they're going to have before bringing on the position like the environmental technician. So while it's not exactly the contracting component of it, the idea of backing off on those resources and basically having additional time to see what the impact is has been taken in some of those ranking systems. When we look at it, we do also look at what some of the opportunity to, we do know there are entities out there that will do contracted IT support. Some of those other ones are difficult to necessarily find individuals who want to provide services at, whether it's a day a week or whatever that, it'll depend on what the position and what you contract, obviously.
Okay, thank you for that. It's 9:48 and we have a delegation coming at 10, and I'm sure everybody would like to have a little break before that happens. So I'm going to suggest we go into recess. We'll be in recess for the next 12 minutes and we'll be back here at 10 for our delegation. It's now 10:01, and so I'm going to call the council meeting back to order. And at this point, we have a delegation that has joined us, and so welcome. The first thing we'd like to do is we'll introduce ourselves as councilors and perhaps a couple of the other key players in the room. And then if you want, you can introduce yourselves and take it away from there. So I'm going to start with our Deputy Reeve, who is joining us remotely.
Good morning. Nice to have you there, not here.
So that was Jerry Whitstock, who's our Deputy Reeve.
Hi, Jerry. You look comfortable out there.
Yeah, it's not bad. Yeah, sorry, Jerry Whitstock. I'm actually from the Acme Linden area, so that's our division I represent. And I didn't mean it. I wish you were here, but it's fine.
Destination Phoenix. Go ahead, Councillor McGee.
Good morning. I'm Faye McGee, Councillor for Division 1, which is the area that surrounds the Drumheller Valley and Horseshoe Canyon and so forth.
Carrie Phillips, Division 4.
I'm Ken King. I represent the very northeast part of Kneehill County.
Laura Lee Michelle Cunningham, and I'm the area surrounding Three Hills.
Wade Christie, and I'm in the northwest of the county.
Mike Hogan, Chief Administrative Officer.
Mike Sear, Director of Infrastructure.
Hi again, Julia and Andy.
Hello.
Kevin, Director of Community Services. Thank you.
So the only thing I'll remind you is whenever you're talking, you need to be using your mics for two reasons. One is so that Deputy Reeve can hear you, and secondly, we stream live and store on whatever happens, so. So go ahead.
Great, thank you. So my name's Julia Fielding. I'm the Executive Director of Travel Drumheller.
And good morning. I am Andy Zillums, Destination. Oh, I pressed it.
Pressed it
Now
off, I
it's-
think.
Andy Zillums, Destination Development Manager at Travel Alberta, responsible for the Canadian Badlands as well as the Lethbridge to Medicine Hat corridor as well.
Okay, thank you. And just go ahead anytime you're ready with your presentation.
Great, thank you. So we're here today, Andy and I, to talk really just about tourism, its impact, and the work that both Travel Drumheller and Travel Alberta are doing in the region. And I would like to say, so everything says Drumheller, but you'll see a map, and we really mean Drumheller and region. It's not solely about the town of Drumheller. Visitors don't see these lines between municipalities. So I just wanted you to have that when you see some of the presentations. So firstly, who are we? So Travel Drumheller, we're storytellers. We tell the story of our beautiful region and encourage people to come and visit and also possibly move here and things like that and come and enjoy what our region has to offer. Whoops, I went too fast then. Sorry about that. So Travel Drumheller has been around for quite a while. In 2011, there was a tourism study, and it recommended that we created Travel Drumheller. Travel Drumheller is what's known as a DMO, a destination marketing organization. And it had a few ups and downs. And then in 2020, we had along with the town, had a huge rethink about the organization. And we hired myself as executive director. And that's really, we've relaunched, and it's gone from strength to strength since there, now with 3 staff and things like that. So it's very much really the last 3 years that Travel Drumheller has really started meeting its aims and objectives that it should have been doing. So the vision for Travel Drumheller is that the Drumheller region is an iconic Canadian destination. We want to be up there. When people think of Canada, they think of the Badlands and Drumheller as a place to visit. We want to promote Drumheller and region as a year-round destination. The year-round is the crucial element for us, shoulder seasons and so forth. Really widen the season so we don't go from feast to famine. And our values, passion, authenticity, and knowledge. We want to see as the knowledge holders and also passionate about our area and the experience that we offer visitors. So this is the map that I really wanted to show you. So as part of a destination development plan that we did this time last year, we did a number of analysis about what our region should be, because we were very aware that we didn't want to just be the town of Drumheller. But also, I don't know, I'm sure you all know about the Canadian Badlands, and we didn't want to stretch so that we wouldn't be able to meet the needs of all our partners. So this is the light area is the region that Travel Drumheller looks after. You'll see there it includes Horseshoe Canyon, and we do go up north of there. And what it means is that it doesn't mean that we won't work with people, so like Goodnights, Kirk's Alpaca Farm, we've worked with them. So we do work with individual businesses. It's just to make sure that we stay focused and don't spread ourselves too thin.
So just before you go on.
Yeah.
You keep using the word "we," so who all's specifically? I see in here it talks about the Chamber of Commerce, Town of Drumheller, the museum, and the hotel.
Mm-hmm.
That's specifically who makes up Travel Drumheller, or?
So they all sit on the board, yep. And then I also have business owners who sit on the board, hotels, experiences, and so forth. And so when I see there's me and I have two permanent staff, and then we have the board, we're a board of 11 as well.
So the board is comprised of 11 individuals?
Yep, that's right.
And then staffing is just yourself and the two other?
Two others, and then two contractors that we have at the moment. There's 5 of us at the minute.
Okay, thanks for that clarification.
No problem. So just in early 2022, we worked with Community Futures, Big Country, the Town of Drumheller, and the Chamber of Commerce, and we did a business survey. And we also did some research as part of that. And what came from that, these figures, is 1 in 6 jobs in the Drumheller and so this wasn't Kneehill County, it was Starland County. But 1 in 6 jobs is in tourism. It's worth $70 million in sales and $16 million in wages. So it's a significant economic driver for our region. And this was early 2022. I would imagine definitely the sales would be higher than that at this point.
So that's Starland County and Drumheller?
Yep, that's right. And so here you can just see things that we've been doing in the last year. We went from, last year it was just me, and now there's 3 of us. And that's the 3 of us together there. So there's myself, a marketing manager, and a business support manager. We also have Lana Phillips, who we've taken on to manage our destination development plan, and Heather Carlson, she's putting together the Drum Discovery program, which we've worked with your staff at Horseshoe Canyon. They've taken that course 2 times in the last year. We've supported local events, so that's $33,000 we've handed out to events to take their events to the next level. And Andy will talk about this in a minute, that we are now a Travel Alberta Tourism Development Zone. Of course.
You need to use your microphone, please.
Sorry, Reeve.
Thank you.
Could you go back to that slide?
Sure.
I'm sorry, I didn't quite catch what you said about the 2 ladies on the bottom. Can you repeat that?
Of course. So the one on the left with the shirt, that's Lana, and she's doing the destination development plan. So with help from Travel Alberta, we funded, because we created the plan this year, and there's no point having a plan if you're not going to do it. So we have hired Lana to implement at least for a year, and the idea, hopefully, is that we try and keep her for as long as we can to get the plan actually implemented. And the lady next to her is Heather Carlson, and she's been doing the Drum Discovery program, which is a customer care program. We do a fam tour, we learn about great customer care, we learn about our community. And as I said, so 2 of your staff for the last 2 years from the Canyon have taken this course. So moving just to our destination development plan, just to give you an idea, and again, this is the region, and it's that we are an iconic year-round destination grounded in community. We feel that community is so important. We have a steering group, and the community piece is vital to them. We don't want us to expand and make it a place that people don't want to live. It's definitely to improve the life of our community, and that's shown in the mission with significant economic and social value for our residents. And finally, just to let you know, so we've created a steering group. You'll see Wendy Gabrant on there, and that's very sad because she's leaving Community Futures. So she will hopefully replace her, and also Jenna, your economic development person, sits on this steering group. So it's members from the surrounding areas of Drumheller as well as businesses. So we have business owners, we have a bank representative, we have a community group representative on there, as well as the town of Drumheller. And so just so you know, I mean, there's this quote that our consultants gave that I think is really important, that the future potential for our area really is only constrained by our perceptions. I think there's huge potential for tourism in the region, and that's what this plan is here to help take forward. So far we created the plan, and it was finished in March. We've hired Lana, and we've created our steering group, and then in the last week, we've started doing community engagement. So we had a community engagement event for tourism partners, and then we had one for the public in Drumheller last Tuesday. I'm going to hand it over to Andy now. There you go.
Great, thanks, Julia. And thank you for having me today. Wanted to really just discuss kind of what Travel Alberta is doing in the region, you know, not just from a Drumheller Valley perspective, but, you know, the greater kind of Canadian Badlands. And the way I wanted to kind of look at this is from our discovery report. So as Julia mentioned, Drumheller and Kneehill County, Starland County, and parts of Wheatland County and special areas is part of the Canadian Badlands Tourism Development Zone. We undertook this work late in 2022 and have been, you know, engaging with stakeholders across the province, and this is going to be one of the development zones that we're really concentrating on in terms of, you know, the potential for tourism in the region and sustainable tourism within the region. So through that, just going to walk through the discovery report today. One of the reasons we undertook this work was that, you know, what got us here won't get us there. We still have regional compression, you know, not a big understanding that, you know, over 75% of our expenditures are in our 5 legacy destinations. So that would be the Calgary, Edmonton, Jasper, Banff, Canmore regions. So we have compression. They're already back to pre-pandemic levels. We do not have international travel even back to pre-pandemic levels. So, you know, we saw an opportunity to look at regions outside of these legacy destinations to say, you know, there's potential here. We have a lot of great assets within rural Alberta. How do we capitalize on this, and how do we sustainably develop these assets over the next 10 years? So as you can see too, and it's probably of note to you as well, that we have seasonal compression issues. Majority of our revenues in tourism are realized from June to August. You know, we're really trying to build out what does seasonality look like, and how do we drive visitation outside of those main seasons. And the reason we're doing this is we're really striving for you know, our ultimate goal of $20 billion by 2035, doubling tourism revenues of what we currently have within the province. But we can't do that with what we currently have. We really do need to look at that development piece and see that outside of our legacy destinations. And you can see that. So this is, you know, capitalizing on that untapped potential of rural Alberta. You know, we have our legacy destinations, which are key to this strategy as well, but, you know, we have all these emerging destinations, such as the Canadian Badlands, that we can really look at capitalizing on. And what is the Canadian Badlands? So this is kind of a quick, I call it the blob map of what constitutes currently the Canadian Badlands. As I think a lot of you may be aware of, the Canadian Badlands used to be a very large region in terms of Canadian Badlands tourism, stretching from Lethbridge over to Medicine Hat, all the way up, you know, past Drumheller, into Stettler area. And it was a large organization, and it was with a lot of competing priorities. So we kind of distilled that into, when we looked at the region, where are the concentration of tourism assets currently? Where are the concentration of leadership from a tourism angle as well? And we're really able to kind of see this from, Brooks, Dinosaur Provincial Park, the theme of, the Canadian Badlands, coming up into Drumheller, Rosebud, and into that Kneehill County and Starland County areas as well, including Blackfoot Crossing, an amazing Indigenous experience in the province too. So when we looked at this, we have these projections. And they got cut, which is interesting. But basically, we're looking at growth over the next 10 years and what that potential is. And we used StatsCan data to really inform these decisions about, what is the potential job creation, estimated tourism spend within the province. Estimated tourism spend, this should say, I think around 187 million. I don't have it right here, but that's incremental from what do-nothing scenario versus, if we did have strategic investment within the province. Yeah, we're not going to get it, but that's okay. But really looking at those projections and seeing where those opportunities are, our projections originally within this project were a lot higher. And the reason for that was we assumed there was a lot more kind of development that was going to occur within the region over the next 10 years. But through our stakeholder engagement through this process, we actually found that partners, they weren't as bullish as we were being when it came to kind of development within the region. So that's something that, these incremental numbers that we're kind of looking at and growth over the next 10 years could change based on development within the region as well.
So can I just ask you a question? You're
Yeah.
talking about having conversation with stakeholders and they're not quite as enthusiastic or bullish about the development.
Right.
So who are those stakeholders? What kind of groups were you having that conversation with?
Yeah, so that would be actually everyone from, small business owners to larger, groups like we had, Canaltas did sit on our steering committee for this project, all the way to, development officers across the region. So it was a little bit of everyone from, chambers of commerce to economic development to small business owners. I think what we found is that, as you guys can probably attest to, small businesses within tourism makes up a majority of our businesses, right? So when, they're looking at development, they're probably not looking at it in terms of the tens of millions of dollars in terms of a big tourism asset. They're kind of looking at kind of business expansion, maybe it's $100,000, but that's a lot of money to a small business as well, right? So we saw that currently, but is there potential to actually bring in outside investment into the region and really look at, and that's kind of what our next kind of iteration of some of this development work is going to be too.
Councillor McGee.
Yeah.
I just want to get more clarification on the Reeves question. So when you say who, when you talked about those different categories, were any of them from the Kneehill region, Starland region, or anything beyond in that map? Or was it primarily just your Drumheller basic region?
No, so for our development plan, it was in Kneehill County, so, things like Good Nights. We did engage with some of the regions and the towns if they were, available at that time. This was a really quick process, I won't lie. We undertook this through some of Prairie's Can's money in order to kind of activate this. So it was a 4-month process, whereas we've actually seen development plans take years and years. So when we did our engagement, it was amongst kind of that border, I would say, like between Drumheller and Kneehill County was kind of the businesses that we were looking at, along with those economic development officers, if they were involved with this process too. And I can get you all that information if you'd like to. Yeah. Yep. Awesome. So what we heard, So some of the key feedback themes within the region, as I mentioned earlier, growing seasonality and visitor perceptions amongst the region. So seasonality is a big one. You know, we're not going to see kind of the growth. We don't need a larger concentration of that kind of summer visitation unless we actually were able to capitalize on some of those seasonal not compression issues, right? So we're really looking at how we could grow that seasonality, whether that's more experiences within the region, or really just starting to capitalize on partnerships within the region and really understanding what events, festivals, experiences do you have that can complement each other across the region so that people stay in the region longer and see it as a place to come, not just for a day trip, but multi-day. I know Julia always sees this, but, you know, prioritizing tourism outside of Drumheller in order to create that common vision for tourism. And, you know, Drumheller can only take so much of the tourism kind of piece. You know, we have great opportunities, you know, that were seen within this plan. And I know we'll probably talk about Horseshoe Canyon a little bit, but, you know, that's one that, you know, there is a great opportunity for alignment with what Drumheller is doing, and other regions like Hannah was part of this as well. So, you know, and they have the Hannah Roundhouse. So really looking at the region and seeing it as where are those opportunities for us to co-collaborate on building a more of a theme and a vision for the Canadian Badlands moving forward. And a need to think big. So going back to kind of some of those economic indicators that we were looking at, we did see that I think Travel Alberta was a little bit more bullish in terms of looking at you know, opportunities, whereas a lot of our partners weren't really thinking that way. And it's not that we need you to think that way now, but, you know, over the next 10 years, what are some of those key investment opportunities within the region that could really help to drive kind of tourism within the region?
So in that, sorry, again,
Yep.
that question, in that process, did you have conversation with Kneehill County and our staff around what our dreams for, say, Horseshoe Canyon might be, or?
Yep, so Kevin and I have been in conversations over the last few months just around, you know, those opportunities and, you know, what that could look like from a council and from a regional perspective for you guys as well. Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Resident sentiment. So this is one of our kind of key metrics that we like to look at is, you know, how do residents feel about tourism? Because if residents don't really, you know, see tourism as an opportunity within the region, it's really a hard one to kind of move forward with. But we saw, you know, strong resident sentiment amongst tourism within the region. One of the things that residents didn't feel as strongly about was just, you know, that the community offers remarkable experiences. I think one of the reasons why is that people look at remarkable experiences and they probably think of Banff and they're like, well, I don't think we're there, right? So, but that's an opportunity as well. We turn that on its side and go, okay, well, what does remarkable look like? And, you know, how can we make both the visitor and the resident come aboard and really get excited about tourism within the region? And just a little bit more market research that we uncovered during this process was really around, you know, a lot of travelers did have positive impressions of the Canadian Badlands. The one in the middle of, you know, would likely travel. Across our 10 tourism development zones that we have, this is kind of around, it's probably about the same across the province where, you know, rural Alberta, people are like, well, I don't know if I'd really go there. So, you know, that 1 in 3 kind of person is like, yeah, I think I would likely travel to the Canadian Badlands or our other tourism development zones. Activities Albertans, so it got cut off here, but the 31% is dinosaur tourism. I don't think that comes as a surprise to anyone. 26% was hiking. So hiking's an interesting one only because a lot of the hiking that kind of occurs within the Drumheller area and is on private land probably. So we're not sure what you know, visitors are really thinking about. So Albertans were like, hey, we're going hiking. I'm like, I wonder where. So that was an interesting one. The 24%, I'm trying to figure out, I forget which one that was, but I'd have
camping.
Camping? Okay, so not surprising, camping. Camping, across the province really comes up big when people are thinking of rural Alberta. One of the things that we've started to see with some of our research through Destination Canada is that camping, glamping is huge. Not everyone camps, but a lot of people want to go and enjoy being in nature, but have the amenities of a hotel room. So we're starting to really see glamping and domes, even tiny homes, like things that are a little bit easier for people to still be engulfed in nature, but they're not sleeping in a tent or having to haul a RV and own a truck at the same time, probably. So some of the strengths, I'm going to quickly run through this. Some of the strengths within the region were signature assets. So really lucky to have the Royal Tyrrell Museum. I think everyone knows, 500,000 visitors last year. Like that's significant. That's, shows that, the region has, already a great draw. How do we capitalize on that? The unique landscape of the Canadian Badlands, a thriving arts and cultural scene that was really uncovered through this process, especially within Rosebud and what the Badlands Amphitheater is doing. I know that you've probably capitalized, as I think a lot of people have across the province, around film. And, film has been such a key priority of a lot of different regions, and we continue to see that kind of blossom. We have that strong resident sentiment for tourism. And our distance to an international airport here is great. Like, to be an hour and a half, depending, really is a key strength to the region. But we do have some of those challenges. So accommodation, year-round products and experiences. So we have a deficit of kind of 4-star accommodation. The province is, we're really around that kind of 3-star, especially in rural Alberta. So really looking at how do we elevate those kind of luxury experiences within the region. That tourism isn't, the leadership within the region is not unified in terms of tourism. So, no group is currently responsible for creating that common vision, which is why, we tend to lean on Travel Drumheller. I'll also say that that's a strength to have Travel Drumheller and have a destination marketing organization within the region, but they can't be everything to everybody. So how do we, co-create leadership so that everyone is involved within this ecosystem, but it doesn't all fall to Travel Drumheller. Visitors perceive tourism in the Canadian Badlands, there you go, again, with Drumheller and dinosaurs, and we understand that there's a limited tax base and competing interests for funding within the valley. But there's some great opportunities. We as Travel Alberta can help with some of those destination management activities in alignment with this long-term vision and goals that we're kind of looking at within the tourism development zone. Tourism culture could be fostered in the Canadian by better communicating, so that's why we're here today. Really about communication and engagement with our region and really starting to understand, where you see yourself within tourism and how we can help and support. Horseshoe Canyon gets highlighted there. So we have 2 potentials. I know there's a Horseshoe Canyon master plan. I've read it, very detailed. What are the opportunities within Horseshoe Canyon that, could help the region and could help the county as well? And the Badlands Amphitheater is going through kind of that master planning right now too, right? So seeing those connections, you start to kind of understand from a visitor perspective, what does an itinerary look like? How do people really start to engage within the region and not just, within the Drumheller Valley, but outside of it too? And we also saw, opportunities within ag tourism and food tourism. So how does, agriculture fit into the overall theme of the region, and how could we build those pieces up as well? So I quickly wanted to just show, a few of the game-changing concepts that came up through our development process across the province. And this is kind of those, the need to kind of think big a little bit and see that long-term possible vision within the province. And then you start to look outside and go, wow, like, there's places like Amanjiri in Utah that, look very Badlandish and could really, start to amplify what potential kind of investment opportunities could look like into this region. And this is where investment attraction comes into it, because these, even this developer has developed 10 different resorts right next to kind of UNESCO World Heritage Sites. So they really they understand how to work with those UNESCO World Heritage Sites, and when you're a partner with them, as opposed to you know, seeing it as a sustainable development initiative. But then you start to get into kind of the experiences of what could be within some of these areas too, that include not just resort stays and things like that, but the experience of whether it's zip lining or culinary experiences within the region. So kind of moving forward, I just wanted to go over, we're working on kind of the destination development plan in terms of action items, you know, within kind of these 25 buckets, so it got cut off a little bit. Really starting to look at, you know, what action items do we want to move forward with, knowing that Travel Alberta can't be responsible for all of these. We do need that community commitment within the region to really see this as your plan as well as, you know, Travel Alberta's plan. So we really need our engagement there. And, you know, some of the buckets we're really looking at is, you know, building on that shared vision, so very similar to kind of what Travel Drumheller has done from their development plan. Really positioning the destination for travelers to look at, you know, what makes a traveler, and what vision do they have when they come into the region. Building on those visitor experiences and seasonality, and eventually building on that accommodation. We know that if we don't build on the seasonality of the destination, investing in a kind of accommodation is a very difficult one in terms of attracting that, because most developers aren't going to develop a hotel or a unique accommodation for 3 months of the year. And just a timeline of kind of where we're moving forward that, you know, I'd love to come back and talk to you guys once we have an action plan in place, and have Kevin and your team included in this as well. What we need to move forward, so local leadership, county and community commitment alignment. So this is something, you know, that brings us here today. You know, the need to think bigger to compete globally. You know, it's a global industry, so we're really trying to, you know, put our mark on, you know, what makes people want to travel to the region. Acting now, so really we've been moving forward with a lot of key initiatives. You know, we're not just kind of resting on our laurels of the discovery report, but have been investing within unique accommodation within the region already, and game-changing development. So looking at that long-term opportunity for us to build out some of those iconic experiences within the province. And there we go. There we go. I hope I didn't take too much time.
So I don't know if you have any questions for either Andy or myself.
So are there any questions at this point? Lots to absorb. So based on your comments, I take it that going forward, you will be chatting with our staff in that area and about what might fit for us and what we might be able to do on the other side. So.
Yeah, absolutely. And I can answer because Jenna is on our steering group for the Destination Development Plan. And so absolutely we want to work with the county because you're vital. As I said, visitors don't appreciate that certain things are in certain jurisdictions. So it's, you know, if we all work together, I think that's where we succeed.
Okay, any other questions? Councillor McGee?
I appreciate your presentation. I see you have a few pictures that I'm wondering if they're Horseshoe Canyon that were in your presentation in
Yes.
April. Yeah. Did you get those from where?
So we commissioned some of them. Some of them are, we have a thing called Crowd Rift where it's user generated content. And so we did a wedding one where we asked people to share photographs of wedding, and one was at the canyon. So through various means, I think Travel Alberta might have been out and taken some photographs. So we have, and we used to, when Jacqueline was here, we worked together and we hired Joel Fabric together, and they took So he did photographs for us and then for you, and we shared. So the county had access to them and we had access to them.
I love that you've included us, but I have to say, we have a huge number of people that we represent who are getting very frustrated that we are looking at opportunities at Horseshoe Canyon, but it's going to Drum. The argument that residents have with us is we're investing for the benefit of Drumheller. They don't see investing for Kneehill County. And so your presentation reinforces that problem. And just wanted you to be aware, so that when you come to us, that you are giving an opportunity for our residents to see that actually, and in fact, you want to use our resources to benefit us, because your presentation looks like our resources are benefiting you only. And I just needed to
Well, thank you for
bring that
telling
up to
me,
you.
because that's not what we're aiming for at all.
Thank you.
But thank you.
And I didn't think so, but
Right.
I know I have residents who are quite worked up.
Okay,
So just so you know.
thank you. Thank you for telling me.
Deputy Reeve Whitstock?
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. Thank you very much for your presentation, Julia and Andy. I do appreciate it. We do have plans for Horseshoe Canyon. Right now, in conjunction with Farm Days, we host a long table dinner. We have plans for the glamping, whether that be yurts or some sort of, bring your sleeping bags and throw it in there and away you go, with washrooms and the whole thing. Our problem is funding. We're a small municipality. We have big plans. And is there a way that you guys, whether that be through Tourism Alberta or through your organization, is to help us get to the point where we want to be? We would love to be a destination for people coming from the Calgary airport. I mean, we're less than an hour and a half away from the airport. We have plans. It's money that becomes the issue. Is there any sort of a way you can help us with that? And thank you in advance for your answer.
No problem.
Well, that's the send money question.
Right, and I think I had this conversation with Kevin as well. I think it depends on the direction that you would like to go with Horseshoe Canyon. If it's going to be a municipal run, endeavor that you're building yourself, or if you're attracting investment into the canyon, from a developer perspective. And then that kind of, will help, from a Travel Alberta perspective, really understand, what type of investment are you looking for? We do have, our growth investment, which, is up to $500,000 for infrastructure. But, we utilize that when the time comes that, somebody already has all their permits in place, they're shovel ready, and they're looking at building a new purchasable tourism experience within the region. So that can come from a developer, and we could work with them, or that could come from, a county if you wanted to kind of activate it yourself. It really depends on the direction in terms of what you're looking for within the canyon. And then, we can start to have that conversation around funding as well.
Thank you for that.
Okay, do appreciate that. We are looking for some sort of info center. Well, maybe not sort of an info center, but some sort of a building there where we could host events. Because right now, for us to host a long table dinner, we have to set up and tear down, and it's just not cost effective. If we could have a building there, which could be used, whether that be a wedding venue, definitely washrooms, some sort of a building there that's multi-use, and it could be used, maybe not year round, but if there is traffic, it could be used for different functions. So anyway, thank you.
Councillor Cunningham.
Yeah, my question kind of follows up Deputy Reeves. It all does come down to money all the time, so I think we'd be open to having conversations with you for you to help guide us in the direction we need to go to obtain that funding, so definitely open to that conversation. And then Julie, earlier you spoke about the board, and I think you said that there was 11 people on the board. I'm just curious, is there anybody from Kneehill County or any of our urban partners on that board?
Not at the moment, but we have an AGM in April, and if people are interested in standing for the board, we would absolutely. Just so you know, we do have the town on there, but we don't have any council, we don't have any elected representatives. And the town is on there purely because it was a forming partner. But we have had discussions about representatives from the surrounding areas, specifically since we've had our new destination development plan, which takes us a little bit wider. So absolutely, we would be more than happy to have people on our, apply to be on our board from the wider area. And as I said, Jenna is on the steering group. So at least for the destination development plan, we have somebody representing Kneehill County.
Okay, any other questions, comments? Okay, I'm not seeing any, so I guess I would say thank you for being here.
Thank you.
I hope you felt that you got heard.
Oh, yes.
And I guess I would encourage that you continue the conversations with the appropriate people within our organization. And you heard, I think, fairly loudly that we do have plans, that we maybe lack some of the resources that are needed to push those forward. And so, yeah, anything that you can help with, we'd be more than happy to.
Great, thank you so much. And thanks for having us. It's really good to share and to, celebrate the area that we live in.
Definitely, thank you. I really do appreciate being here today. Thanks.
Okay, thanks for your time and for your presentation. Appreciate it.
Thanks. Bye.
And have a good day. So I'm very much aware that in about 15 minutes, we have another delegation coming. And it is a delegation that has requested a closed session presentation. So I'm not sure that I want to jump back into budget discussion prior to that. And I know Kevin has just been eagerly anticipating the opportunity to provide us with an answer, but I think we'll delay that even farther. So I'm going to suggest that we take a 15-minute recess. So I would like to see us back here at 10:58. So that way we're ready to go for our closed delegation. So we're in recess until 10:58. Thank you. Okay, it is 11 a.m. and I'm going to call the council meeting back to order. We have another delegation that's here with us this morning. It's Capstone Infrastructure, and they are going to make a presentation to council, and we have agreed that it'll be an open session. And I guess what I would offer you is if you ever get to a point where you have something you would like to share that you would prefer in a closed environment, that is also an available option to you. And I appreciate the fact that you're willing to do your presentation within this open forum. So thank you very much. What I would like to do first is I will introduce, get council to introduce themselves, and then I'll get our two favorite people over there to introduce themselves as well. And then if you want to introduce yourselves, that would be great. And just a reminder that please use your microphones, as we're not only streaming, but it will help Deputy Reeve to hear what's being said. So Deputy Reeve, if you want to introduce yourself, and then we'll do the introductions and go from there.
All right, good morning, Jerry Whitstock. I am Deputy Reeve, and I am from the Acme Linden area, which I'm not quite touched on with the wind turbines, but I'm getting closer.
Councillor McGee.
I apologize. I forgot who I was for a minute. I'm Faye McGee, Councillor for Division 1, which is the area that's quite borderlining to the Drumheller Valley area, down into the Horseshoe Canyon area, that kind of stuff. So as far southeast as you get for our county.
Carrie Phillips, Division 4.
And I'm Ken King. I represent the northeast portion of Kneehill County.
Laura Lee Michelle Cunningham, and I represent the area surrounding Three Hills.
I'm Wade Christie. I'm in the northwest, and I have the present windmill facility in my division.
Mike and Kevin.
Good morning, it's Mike Seward, Director of Infrastructure.
And good morning, I'm Kevin Gannon, I'm Director of Community Services.
And I have to apologize for our CAO. He's currently in an AUC hearing, and so he may be in and out, but he's certainly not available right at this moment. So if you want to introduce yourselves, and just remind you again, yeah, just turn the button on and then your mic's on and ready to go.
Okay.
Anytime you're ready.
Perfect. Thanks very much. Oh, great, and I can hear myself. So I'm Andrea Kelsel, Vice President of Development with Capstone. We'll maybe let Juliana and Najee, or Juliana can introduce herself.
Yeah, Melody, I introduced Najee. So Najee is a project manager on the respective project that we're going to talk about today, and my name is Juliana Knievel. I'm the Director of Development Western Canada for Capstone. Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
Do I have the floor?
Yes, you
Okay,
do.
great. All right, good morning, everyone. Thank you, Reeve and Council, for having us today. As we just had a conversation prior to the meeting started that, we are in the early stages of developing the Lone Pine project. We just actually, do we want to share the presentation? Do I need to do that? Oh, you're doing it already? Okay, it just won't be up there. Oh, there we go. Okay, perfect. And then, does it change when I change it, or? Okay, awesome. Thank you for clarifying. All right. So the early stages of project development for the Lone Pine project, we just had our first open house last month. There's a few familiar faces. We had a few council members that were able to attend, but, so all to say, it's really early for this project. And, we appreciate that council is taking the time to hear from Capstone and learn about the project at this really early stage. So with that, we'll kind of jump in. Great. Okay, so, as you'll be aware, we're the owner of the Kneehill Solar Project. So we have actually spoken before council before. It was during the pandemic and over Zoom. But at the time, it was just in regard of a permit approval and answering some questions kind of in that meeting. So we didn't actually have the chance to introduce Capstone formally to council. So I'll just take a few moments and run through who we are. So Capstone Infrastructure, not to be confused with Capstone Energy or Capstone Power or Capstone Turbine. I did see on the agenda that there's a different name. It's a commonly used name. We're an independent power producer. We're based in Toronto. We were founded in 2004. So we own and operate a diverse portfolio of power facilities, primarily hydro, wind, and solar. We're a long-term owner-operator, which means that we hold on to our assets until the end of their life. We'll design and construct facilities that, for these type of infrastructure projects, we're looking at, 30-year plus timelines for different projects. So I'll just touch a little bit on some of our recent activity here in the last 12 months. So first one is, we've actually just decommissioned our first facility that came up to its end of life. That was in Nova Scotia, the Fitzpatrick project. I'll just put a plug. We have a video on our website that's just showing how that process went down, but just noting, all the discussion in Alberta right now, there's a lot of interest in decommissioning. We're one of the few companies in Canada that has firsthand experience with that, so not really the focus of this meeting, but definitely more than happy to provide information and have further discussions with council on that, kind of as interested. Kind of on the opposite scale of decommissioning facilities is, Capstone reached a milestone, surpassing, kind of a 30 facility mark with our operating fleet. So we completed 2 solar projects, including Kneehill Solar here in Kneehill County in the past year, in 2023. So we know we've got 31 facilities across Canada representing a bit over 800 megawatts, and we're on track to exceed 1 gigawatt of operating capacity by end of next year. Lastly, we've opened our second corporate office with a lot of growth and investment in Alberta over the last 5 years, which we'll touch on. We opened our first corporate office that's outside of our Toronto headquarters. Okay, so as I mentioned, there's been a lot of growth and investment from Capstone and other players in Alberta in the last 5 years. We're not new to the Alberta market. We've been here since 2007. We first became an operator in the power sector in 2007 with the acquisition of an operating biomass plant. The plant was actually built in the 90s, and we became the owner in 2007, and it's still operating to this date. It's in Whitecourt, northwest of Edmonton. And then there was really a period of 10 years, and I thought my audio cut out, sorry about that, since, kind of a break, and then we, kind of initiated some new development activities in the province and have been busy in the last 5 years, developing and constructing, and we now have, several operating facilities in the province. So, by end of next year, we will have built an additional 435 megawatts of capacity in the province, which is just short of $1 billion of capital investment from those projects. What's been driving a lot of this growth is some of the corporate power purchase agreements, or PPAs, that we've been successful in signing with a number of oil and gas names, as you kind of see up there, as well as City of Edmonton, which is the largest municipal offtake agreement in the country at this moment. So, like I mentioned, we've completed 2 solar projects. That was coming off the back of completing what, at the time in 2021, was Canada's largest solar project, the Claresholm Solar, and that was our first solar facility in Alberta, and the first that we've done that employs what we call agrivoltaic. So we've got, over 1,000 head of livestock that's grazing on the site, kind of in conjunction with our solar operations. And we've also got 2 projects in construction right now in Alberta, kind of that'll be wrapping up by end of this year and into next year. So a lot of activity and investment in the province, and we've got over 50 full-time staff at this point in Alberta. All right, so now that you have a good sense of who Capstone is and kind of what we've been up to over the last 5 years, there's 4 key takeaways that I'm hoping that everyone will come away with by kind of the end of this presentation. So the first, what makes Alberta a great place to develop renewable energy projects? There's a lot of stuff in the news. Why is Capstone here? We spent almost $1 billion in investment, and we're not alone in this. And then second, why are we here in Kneehill County? Third, how is the development and approval of wind farms regulated in the province at present? And then lastly, what are the main benefits to the community attributed with this project? All right, so jumping into it then. So I guess first things first, what's, unique, and I'm not sure, obviously everyone gets their electricity bill, but maybe doesn't have a full appreciation for, the market structure in Alberta and, how we keep the lights on in this province. So Alberta is unique in Canada and amongst very few globally in North America that operates a fully deregulated wholesale power market. This means that you don't have kind of the BC Hydro or SAS Power equivalent that you'll see in our neighboring provinces that will determine what type of projects, where, how much, and on what time scale gets built. It's a different process, and we'll touch on that here in the province. But it's really the backdrop of this deregulated market structure, which has been deregulated since 2011, that has resulted in more than $5 billion in investment in the province in the last, 4 years and change. So you can kind of see on the slide, there's a little figure. This has primarily come from investment in kind of construction of wind projects, but increasingly solar as the kind of cost curve comes down. And you can see on the right side of the chart that the prospective projects in the province, solar is actually surpassing wind. Why are we seeing wind and solar projects in the province? Alberta benefits from an exceptional renewable resource for both wind and solar. Up there, right, basically with Saskatchewan, if you look at a resource map of the country, and what this means, if you have an excellent resource, you have a low cost of generation. So that's another key factor in terms of why there's been a flocking of investment into the province. And then lastly, on corporate commitments. So I mentioned some of the oil and gas companies on the previous slide that we've contracted with within Capstone's portfolio. So, household oil and gas names. But there's also a lot of voluntary buyers who are choosing to enter into contracts with companies like Capstone, which is driving investment in the province. Amazon has made the most, splashy announcements in the province, but all of the big banks have all run similar processes where they've entered into contracts. And, like I mentioned, the City of Edmonton, which would be the largest on the municipal contracts. So, these are commitments that, whether they're publicly traded companies or otherwise are making that are driving the transition to renewable energy. Despite a lot of stuff in the news with, the draft clean energy regulation at the federal level, that was announced in draft in August. And, as you can see on the chart here, all of these investments and growth in the province has really come prior to that announcement. And I just want to make it clear that that's decoupled. Okay. So bringing it into Kneehill then, so, why are we here? Why are we proposing a project in this area? Obviously, you can see that there's the Ghost Pine project just to the north. So number one, you'll know that there's a good renewable resource or wind resource in Kneehill County. What's unique about this area and why, we think it's attractive, it's uncorrelated with, Pincher Creek. So when it's really windy in that part of the province, it might not be windy here and vice versa. So there's market value in having diversity in the wind resource in the province, and also, good for system operations as well. So, that's kind of one factor that's attractive for the Lone Pine project. Obviously, critical to any electricity project is having ability to inject your electricity onto the grid. So there's a large transmission corridor with a number of lines and large takeaway capacity for the project. On the environmental side, the project was cited taking into consideration the Alberta Environment and Protected Areas Wildlife Directive for siting. They want projects built in areas of low environmental risk. This is largely a farming community, and when we've gone out and selected lands and done our field surveys that has confirmed the low potential risk as set out in the AEPA document. Also at the core for why we're here is there's strong interest from project landowners. We've got 36 landowners currently signed up. We are targeting additional landowners to fully kind of scale up the project. But So these are, 36 landowners, your constituents here in Kneehill County who have said yes to wanting to have turbines on one or more quarter sections, had said yes to diversifying their farming royalties for, 3 and 4 decades and beyond on their land. And then lastly, another factor in terms of why we're here developing a second project in Kneehill County is, we had a really positive experience on the first round with Kneehill Solar. And second, we're aware of the existing siting bylaws for wind energy, and this project, complied with that and has been cited with those setbacks and other considerations in mind. All right, so I know I have a couple minutes here before we get into question period, so I'll just kind of go a little bit high level kind of on this one. Definitely, happy to present further information, and like I said, we're in the AUC process, or we're at the early stages, I should say, for the project. So, at our public open house, we presented information on exactly what the various approvals are that we need and the timeline. So that information is definitely there, if there's interest, but I would say kind of broadly, electricity projects in Alberta that are not on Crown land are subject to approvals at 3 levels of jurisdiction. So we've got, federal, provincial, and municipal. A number of the key agencies are listed on the right side of the slide. So, AUC obviously is the lead agency, which is common for these projects where, at the provincial level, if you want to get your key permit from the province, you need to make sure that, you're screening your project and consulting with a range of other stakeholders that might issue permits in different sequences. It might not come before your AUC approval process, but there's, multi-jurisdictional and a lot of different kind of stakeholders that have a say in terms of where these projects are sited and how they proceed. Obviously, a key one in Alberta, like I said, there's no BC Hydro equivalent dictating where, projects can go and what type of generation mix and where, but there is a process with the Alberta Electric System Operator. In order to participate and build a project and be part of the wholesale power market, you have to go through the connection process, and not every project that might get proposed can connect. There's limitations in terms of where you can connect on the grid, and we'll assess impacts and what the cost would be, and it might not make financial sense for projects because these are all project costs. They're not borne by the ratepayers for new electricity projects. So that, it's a kind of multi-year process that will run in parallel with, AUC process for connection. Okay, so almost there. I appreciate everyone's patience here. I know there's a lot of information. So, last but not least here, we just have a couple slides on what the community benefits are. So as I mentioned earlier, we're a long-term owner-operator. That means that we're operating in facilities for, 2, 3, 4, 5 decades. And, I think experience has shown that you can't be successful as a long-term, owner-operator in these communities if you're not invested in those communities as much as you are invested in your equipment that you're operating. We've got 2 decades of demonstrated success with this. We've got a couple of folks here from our Erie Shores facility. That's our oldest wind farm that was built in 2005. And our staff are, fully integrated in the local community. Since that time, and in my 10 years at Capstone, I've seen this play out across, more than a dozen projects in 4 or 5 different provinces across Canada. So if I kind of just quickly run through some key numbers for the project. So as I mentioned, we've got 36 kind of and counting landowners signed. They've been signed up since 2016, kind of broadly in the area shown here on the map. We've got more than 12,000 acres that are leased for the project. We lease more than we need to just to make sure that we can have flexibility in our siting based on the consultation process with the public, as well as any potential environmental features that we might find. So for kind of the phase 1 that we're looking at, which is about 350 megawatts, the actual footprint that we would build on is, less than 1% of kind of a land take on the corridors that would be hosting infrastructure. There are also corridors that might not actually get, built on based on what we've got signed. So, this is why we've seen wind energy really take on, or have a lot of success in farming communities, really since the 90s when it took off in Europe. These projects have a really small footprint, it kind of works well, with the landowners as far as having a nice little cash crop that, provides revenue diversity over multiple decades and generations. So for this project, the, capital investment, so what our cost to build it is, north of 700 million. And, we've estimated that this would result in over $50 million over the project life in royalties to our host landowners. I mentioned we've got, 36 signed, as well as our neighboring project landowners. So, we'll have a royalty sharing kind of program with neighboring landowners. So that's $50 million in the pockets of your constituents over a few, kind of like I said, decades and generations that would benefit from this. Bringing it to the county level, there's also the property tax contribution. So, we've estimated over a 30-year life, over $200 million in contribution from the project. And that's obviously based on the current mill rates and some, forecast of how they might change over that period. But put into context with, I think the last operating budget was in the kind of $25 million range. That's a significant contribution from the project, and, provides stability, at least knowing that we have a long operating life and, there's that line item that, can be relied upon in the budgeting process that's not going to be kind of variable from year to year. All right, so we've got our contact information, for the team and just some additional resources as well, whether it's for members of council or in the public if they kind of get a copy of this presentation that's online. So with that, thank you for your time here. I ran over a little bit over on the presentation timelines, I think, but we've got a few minutes here to take questions.
Thank you for your presentation. You mentioned about being active in other communities that you've been there for a while, and you were trying to tell us some of the benefits to our area. Outside of the property taxes, can you give me examples of what you've done in other communities that show you're engaged in the community?
Yeah, for sure. So first thing, so, we have local operating staff and they're in the community, so they're constantly connecting with, the folks in the area. So, in addition to property tax, which, is fully up to the municipality in terms of how they want to, allocate those funds for their budget. We also will engage and, like any good corporate citizen, we're not unique, we didn't invent this, provide different community donations for different initiatives, as well as provide kind of open door access for schools to come visit. So I think we funded all kinds of projects over the last few years. Some that I was involved in was new flooring for a community center where they wanted to be able to have fitness classes, garage doors for arenas that were previously fully open to the elements. This kind of been arranged, and I didn't have it unfortunately before this meeting, but can pull together, a full list and what our kind of our track record looks like. It's something that we're pulling together. So.
Great. My mic went off. I guess my question would be, would you be willing to provide that information, pull that together and provide that to us?
Yeah, absolutely. And a little too close. And then I think the other thing as well that, in different communities, we've also negotiated, community benefit agreements directly with the municipality. So in that case, it's not necessarily Capstone and our operations staff kind of ascribing budget on an annual basis to different initiatives, but also just, different mechanisms that exist for municipalities to fund different projects that would otherwise maybe not be eligible in your budgeting process. It's really common in the industry.
Okay, thank you.
Definitely provide that.
Councillor Cunningham.
So just to follow up on that question, so you've been operating in Kneehill County for around 2 years now. So could you provide us examples of the community initiatives that you've done here locally in the last couple of years?
We've actually just been operating a number of months. We were in construction until last year, and I don't have offhand kind of what the plans are for our operations staff, but we can definitely provide that as a follow-up as well.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or? Councillor Christie?
I'm just curious if you have a number for the tax revenue on the solar facility now.
I can ask my colleagues from asset management. I don't have that information with me.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so again, I guess our question would be is if you could just follow up on that. Sure, appreciate it. Councillor Cunningham?
So you mentioned there's 36 host landowners currently. I'm just wondering, out of those 36, how many of those landowners live in the project area?
We can get back to you on that. We've definitely had meetings with different landowners in their homes that are here, but we'd have to confirm just to make sure we're not making any misrepresentations.
Thank you. If there are no other questions? Okay, I'm not seeing any. So I would like to say thank you for being here and for being willing to present and help ourselves and our ratepayers understand what you're proposing. And we look forward to the responses to those few questions. And again, just thank you for coming and being here today.
Oh, our pleasure. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you to kind of council for having us today. Appreciate it.
Okay. Thank you. Safe travels. All right. So I guess what we are doing, we would be moving on in our budget discussion. And so we'll just wait a minute till everybody comes back and joins us. Okay, well, welcome back, Ms. von Meerbach. And I'm sure Mr. Gannon has gone to refresh the information that he was bringing. So we'll pick up where we left off, I guess, which was new initiatives, needs and wants. I think that's where we were kind of, and we're getting some additional information related to some of those. So perhaps while we're waiting for Mr. Gannon to return, was there any other questions related to the needs and wants portion or any of the other stuff that's been currently presented? I had one little question, and that was, is our current minimum tax rate the 125?
Yes.
Okay, good. Thank you. Okay, Counselor McGee, go ahead.
I'm curious, Hesketh used to be hamlet. We don't classify it as a hamlet anymore, correct? And so there are some landowners that have what would have been hamlet-sized lots there. How are they classified?
Through the Reeve, I believe those would be under the residential that are other on that table. I would have to double check and clarify that that's the case.
Okay, thanks. Just for interest. Yeah.
Counselor Hopes.
Mike Sear, it's on the gravel. Just because I've had a few people ask me questions, they know that we have a gravel pit. So why is gravel so expensive? That was the question I got. Because we have one, so it shouldn't be quite that in their head. So if you could just give me a quick, brief description on how it works with the gravel. And I know we're always constantly moving forward to look for more sites because we're gonna run out eventually.
For
But
sure.
if you don't mind doing just a small one.
No, I'll do a little
Thank
breakdown
you.
of that for sure. So through the chair, you're correct. We have basically one gravel source within the county right now, one gravel source that the Kneehill County actually owns. That is located in the northwest portion of the county. We actually did an intensive extraction exercise about 3 years ago here where we mined out a lot of raw gravel out of that and stockpiled it. I don't have the numbers in front of me, obviously, but around the 7 million tons, give or take like that. So every year we are crushing our road surfacing gravel out of that 3/4 inch supply, and that is what we apply on our road surfaces. We go through approximately 8% of that every year when I'm looking at our responding surveys and that sort of thing, our subsequent surveys after the land has been done. So there is a cost not only for that land, for the extraction, the crushing that we do right now, but prior crushing and extraction is all worked into that cost of what we utilize the gravel for. As well, we have a number of stockpiles throughout the county, and that stockpile is, we basically, through the winter, haul to these 6 or 7 different stockpiles to shorten our distance in the summer for when we're actually putting the graveling program in place. That all adds into the overall costing for that gravel delivery and the cost that we actually put towards it. We've gone through a few different methods in the last couple of years because a lot of our hauls are long. We've moved towards some Super B style trailers, so double trailer, which really has provided more efficiencies in our hauling methods there. So these sort of things are all, we know that we have, like I say, a limited resource. We have an end date, really. We can project when that end date is going to be on that for looking at our current programs. Some things we're doing to, I guess if you don't mind me talking about it here, might as well. We're looking at different strategies to expand our use of that gravel to limit our application of it, because we know that it is a non-renewable resource and we've got to extend it out as long as we can. So council's seen we have different methods of grading now where we are extracting some of the resource right out of the roadbed of that, of our roads. We're finding a lot of gravel. You look at it and this gravel hasn't been exposed in 5-10 years because of the different blades that we're using now. We can actually cut it a different way and bring some of that gravel back up to the surface. We've even seen this last year, a lot of roads where we've looked at it and said, yeah, you know what, that is something that we need to re-gravel. After we've tried this new method on there, the gravel that we've extracted out there has eliminated the need for that graveling program to continue on that road. So these are the kind of things we're looking to extend out there. I mean, a finite reasoning on why the gravel is, I mean, there's a lot of different methods that go, or a lot of different background to why the costs on those exist, so. Okay.
Councillor Cunningham?
Sorry, Mr. Zier, if you can appease me again, I think I asked this before, but I know people are watching at different times. So to the shop position again, I'm understanding that's an inventory management position. And then are you requiring any, like, is that a journeyman tradesperson position, or what would be the requirements for that position?
So, through the chair, thank you. Ultimately, that would be hopefully a technician, a parts technician position. So we are looking at having ultimately a person in that position who has gone through the 2-year programming at a trade school to actually have the training on how to both utilize our purchasing software as well as strategies around finding the best ways of approaching different parts purchases, that sort of thing. So we are looking at ultimately having that. We've put it in there right now as a future need for that position, depending on what we have as a return on our posting for that.
Okay. So, just before you ask your question, Mr. Gannon is all primed and ready to answer the previous question that was asked regarding the different costings that were outlined as far as the ag service, both seasonal support and the roadside weed control.
Thank you.
Mr. Gannon.
Through the chair, I wanted to confirm that I went through the ASB numbers, and some of the conflict was on total project cost and versus the increases. So the total, the Reeve was correct that it was $180,000 for the contract increase for the work that's proposed, with $109,000 for the chemical, for a total increase of $289,000.
Okay, and then just to clarify again for me, please, if you would, Mr. Gannon, the seasonal support change, is that the increase to the spray operator position, or is that a different position?
No, you are correct, Reeve. That is the increase to that permanent seasonal position.
Okay, and
Positions, sorry, plural. Thank you.
2 positions, correct?
Correct.
And so the difference between what was discussed at the Ag Service Board and the number that's here would be the full costing? Is that kind of what's there?
That would be the full costing, yes, Reeve.
Okay, thank you. So then, am I to assume then that the roadside weed control that's in here asking for council direction, that the number that we're going to discuss would be the 289?
Correct, Reeve.
Okay, thank you for that clarification and correction. All right, other questions? Councillor Forbes, sorry.
So I guess my question on the shop position is who's currently doing the purchasing if that's not filled, and has this been a position that the county's held before?
Yes, thank you. Through the chair, so this position was previously held in the shop. The duties of that position has expanded into procurement, contract management, subject matter experts in that area, which we're really finding a need, especially with a lot of our RFPs that are going out, a lot of the project tenders that we're sending out. We've really utilized that staff member for the last number of years in that, leaving a gap in the shop parts technician area. So we right now have one single member who is doing both the shop oversight as well as the shipping, receiving, parts management, inventory control, and that is stretching that position quite thin. So this is to mitigate some of those areas of concern.
Any other questions? Councillor Cunningham.
Councillor Forbes would say this is a me problem, not a you problem, but to me, when I look at the wages, I do better with hourly, and I think I can equate better to that. So I don't know if that's ever possible to break those positions down to what it would be estimated hourly, but that would be helpful to me.
Okay, Councillor Forbes? Sure.
This one will be for protective services. So when Kevin's done having a conversation, I can ask.
Go ahead.
The 4 bush trucks that we have, where are they located in the county? And do we own any of these bush trucks?
Thank you through the chair. I'd have to look at those individual agreements. I'll reach out and see if I can get that information for you. I don't want to misdirect that information, and we'll get more information on the ownership totals on that.
And the reason why I bring this up is if we're not owning them, but we're paying into them, are we doing the same as we do for the fire trucks, where we pay 70, they pay 30? That was just a question that I had.
Thank you through the chair. I think that there's different agreements depending on some of the absorption, and that's why I want to verify with our manager as we examine our agreements and where we move forward. I think that the bush truck is one of the big topics of ownership and requirements. So let me get the information for you.
Okay. So I guess are there any specific questions right now? Otherwise, I guess you're probably looking for some direction from us, as well as, do you have your dashboard quick change? So we can see some of the impacts of what we're talking about. I know that we potentially saved about 74,000 when we got the clarification on the roadside. And then we have some other conversation around some of the other positions, and where we as council feel that we need to go there. So perhaps maybe we need to tackle them one at a time and get some sense of direction. There are 3 items that were rated as high or immediate, kind of in the needs area. Contracted IT support, the WaterCAD software, and the shop position. And so I guess I'm wondering, in terms of general support on the part of council for those 3, whether they're in or they're out. And Councillor McGee.
My vote is I fully agree with each one of those 3.
Okay, thank you for that. Anybody else care to weigh in? Councillor Cunningham.
So unfortunately, I'm not here to make friends, so I'm going to have to say no to the shop position, but I'm okay with the other 2.
Okay, that's fine. Councillor Forbes.
Because I sit on the Agricultural Service Board, I know that part of our department is lacking in some help, especially in the weed management part of it. I guess one of my other questions would be the environmental technician. Would we use this over many departments? Because I thought I had heard earlier that you're getting environmental stuff outside contracted. So would you use that environmental technician over all of your departments?
Thank you through the chair. There is an opportunity. From what we've come back with, it's probably a 30% that it could be used. If we feel that it's going to manage the actual engineering projects as far as an engineering base. It's more of an overview position, not a detailed engineering environmental type of position. So it can give you proper environmental oversight to projects, but their specialties in the technician level, not in the technologist or engineering level.
Councillor Christie.
I just have a question. How many mechanics are in the shop, just rule of thumb?
Through the chair, we have 3 on-site mechanics right now, as well as the shop supervisor who does step in to do some repairs when needed.
I know that there was a parts position up until recently that I think is very needed.
Are you using it, Mike?
No, I pushed it twice. At any rate, we have a mechanic working out of our shop, and it frustrates me when he's going to get parts when he should be a mechanic, because we don't have a parts person. I think the parts inventory and control in your shop is extremely necessary to make those mechanics efficient, and I think that any industry would be looking at the same thing. I'm a little surprised that the procurement officer and parts got merged together, because I think there's a need for both, for sure. But anyway, so I'm in support of all 3 major items.
Okay. I guess I'll weigh in and say that the top 3 priorities that are listed there, the shop position, the software, and the support, I would be supportive of those. So I get the argument around the need for that particular position within the shop, and so from my point of view, I'm supportive of that. Councillor Phillips.
I'll also weigh in. I'm not here to make friends either when it comes to the money we need to balance at the end of this, next month. I guess if I'm looking at this and you're only telling me 30% of the environmental technician would be used.
Can you address just the top 3 first?
Oh, we're doing the top 3?
Yeah, sorry.
No, that's okay. If we're doing the top 3, I'm always going to be in support of the IT because we only have one currently that's working his butt off and we need a backup for him. The shop position, I struggle with this one because you have been currently, even if it is a bigger thing, you still have someone currently doing that job. Or you don't. So no one's ordering parts for you.
That's trouble. Yeah, no, definitely. We have somebody ordering parts. And you're correct. The position has evolved, the one that was covering that side. Like some others have said here, we saw a real need a number of years ago to stretch towards this with our procurement policy that you're seeing coming forward, with all those changes that we're doing, with the regulations that we have to meet the new West Partnership Trade Agreement standards, and making sure that we get all our ducks in a row whenever we send out something for tender. If you look at any one of our fleet packages, when we actually have the responses come back, there's a lot of research that goes into every single piece of equipment that we buy, making sure that we send them out at the appropriate times, that they close properly. This is where we saw a real need to have a separate position just to handle all that kind of stuff in the past year. That leaves the parts side of the acquiring there, the inventory control. Like I say, what we have in that shop, in the back rooms, what we need to go for parts runs. I mean, that stuff could be done clerical, but it's all going to be incorporated into this one position. Sorry, not clerical, labor, but I think that position is kind of an overarching control of that side of the inventory. You'll see, especially as we have a lot more trouble nowadays getting these kind of parts, back orders, all these kind of things, sourcing new places to find these things. Right now we have a shop supervisor doing that, but I can tell you that there's a lot of overtime going into that position right now because of the other side of that position that isn't necessarily getting the attention without that overtime.
Mr. Gannon.
Thank you. Through the chair, I wanted to answer the question from Councillor Phobes on our bush trucks. Currently, we own 5 and at 100%.
So the rationale, I believe, behind us owning those bush trucks was that they would be functional to serve in rural fires and not practical as far as residential. And so it was deemed appropriate that we take ownership of them, I think, in the ICF negotiations that we went through. So if we own 100% of them, we're paying 100% of the bills toward those.
Correct, and there's another one in Acme that through the agreement, it looks like that we may take ownership in 5 to 7 years and replace that one. And that's in the current agreement, but there's more conversations in the background happening of our current design and where we plan on going with future agreements.
Okay, thank you for that. Deputy Reeve Whitstock, can I ask you to weigh in on the first 3 items we're discussing, the IT support, the water CAD, and the shop position?
I am in favor of all 3, Mr. Reeve. I think the shop position is important because if we don't have the shop position filled, we are going to lack in both the procurement side and on the technical side of contracts. So if we have somebody responsible to do the contracting side and somebody to do the procurement side, I think we're in a position where we are going to win, not lose on both sides.
Okay. So based on my straw poll that I see happening, I would say that those 3 items have the majority of council support. And so I would like to say, let's move on then to the Ag Service seasonal support position and the equipment operator that was proposed. So to help those who weren't in the room at the Ag Society or Ag Service Board meeting, the discussion around the seasonal support within the Ag Service Board was to increase the amount of time available for roadside weed spraying. So the idea is that if we lengthened that position and made it sort of like a permanent part-time, we perhaps could attract individuals who would be more stable in filling that position. And so the idea was to extend the spraying season to do one of 2 things. One was to attract people who might want to fill that job, and secondly, to get our weed spraying crews out on the roads at a more appropriate time. Mr. Gannon, do you want to add to that in any way?
Thank you. Through the chair, we found our current hiring practices and strategies very difficult. Sometimes attaining staff later on into the season, really putting pressures on the service delivery within that department. So we're looking at adjusting the program to ensure that we have a position that is reoccurring every year as in a permanent position, or 2 permanent positions, where the individuals are here from a determinate period of time and able to move forward with a more, let's say, progressive attack on the weeds within the county. We find we're losing significant amount of time in the field by not being able to attract staff, or when we do get the staff, the season is shortened to our abilities of performing those service levels.
Okay, thank you for that. And then, Mr. Zier, I guess you're proposing the equipment operator position, and so if you want to just outline for council the rationale behind that.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you. So through the chair, you're correct. We are looking at, we're proposing a full-time equipment operator 1 So basically, this is going to be located primarily on the project crew through the summer. Right now, we currently utilize a seasonal person for that position. This proposal is to add the winter season, I guess, basically to that, to make it full-time, to cover, I have in our proposal here, to cover some of the holiday time and that sort of thing in the winter, but that's not primarily the reason. It really is to allow for, very similar to what you're seeing in the ag service. We have, with these seasonals, especially with operator status on these, we see real challenges in filling those positions every year. We end up being late into the spring, summer months to actually fill them, and then lots of times the seasonals that do come on board with us leave to go up north to oil patch, wherever they end up being. So that portion right there, we see a lot more benefit in hiring and retaining a seasonal, or sorry, a experienced member to fill that position, knowing that we're going to be eliminating one of the seasonals along the way as well. So.
Okay. So I guess, again, I would like to do a little bit of a straw poll so we know where we are in our thinking as far as the ag service seasonal support and the equipment operator within council. I guess I'm quite favorable towards the ag service one, and I'm a little bit on the fence as far as the equipment operator is concerned. And I guess if you could clarify for me a little bit more, Mr. Zier, in terms of have you been able to fill that position in the past, and just maybe flesh out the challenge to getting that position
Sure.
filled?
And through Reeve, you're correct. Like when we put out the ads for these, either it's not the right experience, not the right talent, or the retention there, they are looking at, we're competing with a lot of other industries at that point in the year. So to continually have, I don't think we've brought back the same seasonal more than a couple of years in a row here, because they do move on. We're back to the initial training of those sort of folks. Those are the challenges we see with hiring any kind of seasonals, really, short of summer students, which is a totally different segment. This is a experienced operator that we want to get into large equipment, class 1 potentially, truck driving as well as hose. So we want to make sure that we bring on somebody that we're confident in their experience level, even at the onset. That has been a challenge for a lot of years. You'll see that we move this into intermediate, and the reason we did that, like I say, is because it's a challenge, but if council doesn't feel like it's something that, it's not a high priority like the top 3 we have there. We understand with the challenges we have here. We've continued on with this for a number of years now, and if council sees fit, we can continue on, just knowing that some of the repercussions are maybe a lack of staff on that crew, and subsequently some of the projects that we're planning may not get done in a timely fashion. So,
Deputy Reeve Woodstock.
I guess my question for you, Mr. Zier, would be if we hire the equipment operator, there will be one less seasonal staff hired. Am I correct in that assumption?
through the chair, you're correct.
So that would mean that the number that's listed in front of us would be reduced by the number of what seasonal staff would be getting paid.
Sorry, through the Reeve, could you please repeat that?
Sorry, I guess my question is if we hire the equipment operator for the number that is on screen, that number would be reduced by the number that we would be employing a seasonal staff member for. Am I correct?
Through the Reeve, that number already accounts for not hiring that seasonal role. So that is the net amount that it would cost the county to hire that full-time staff member. It would pull out that seasonal position already.
Okay, well, thank you for the clarification.
Counselor McGee.
And for clarity, that number is wages, benefits, all the things attached to having someone hired. Thanks.
Through the Reeve, yes, that includes like any IT costs or anything like that associated with the role as well.
So again, just to follow up in this conversation, so give me a feel for our success at retaining our operators who are full-time, like turnover and that kind of thing. So if we hired this position, you know, what's the long-term projection for us being able to hold on?
Through the chair, we see very little turnover in our permanent staff, very little. We have staff and they enjoy working here. So they actually have really good retention on our staff, the permanent staff. Like I say, the seasonals, it tends to be lesser experienced folks who are looking for jobs and have multiple resumes out there. And we've made many offers in the past that right up to the end, and then it's refused, and then we start going down the list. It's the nature of the beast here with some of the things, and we accept that in some of our positions. That's where I say we saw a need for one more staff member on that crew to really fill out the contingent.
Okay. So again, I guess I would be looking for kind of where everyone's sitting on those two positions, both the ag service seasonal support and the equipment operator. So Deputy Reeve, I look from your thumb up, that means you're in support of both of those. Thank you. Anybody else care to weigh in? Councillor Phobes.
So if you were not to have the equipment operator, could you run your department without it, just for 1 year is my question?
Through the chair, we continue on as we have in years past, yes.
Okay. Oh, sorry, I didn't weigh in.
You did, sort of.
So I'm trying to be fiscally responsible for everyone who's on the hook for these prices. So to me, the shop position seems like you need that the most. You need that more to me than your equipment operator. I see from an ag society side too that they require to have more people working, because when we met, we've agreed we need to do more weed control. So you need to have a body to be able to do that, or else it doesn't run effectively. So if you're asking me, I would choose the ag over your operator this year.
Okay, thanks for that. I appreciate it. Councillor Chrissy.
I appreciate the ag equipment operators to get a more stable spray crew, for sure. It's definitely a very competitive job in the industry that we're competing with, and we have to pay to get the people we need. The equipment operator, because it's seasonal and utilizes one seasonal operator better, I think it's the same thing. We get better staff if we can keep them year round. So, I mean, that's not a full time, I mean, it's not the full shot of the cash, it's kind of half, because you're paying half the seasonal operator now that's not doing the whole job for the year. So I support them both.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Cunningham or McGee, you want to weigh in? Councillor Cunningham.
So I'm 100% on the ag service seasonal. I'm a little bit on the fence about the equipment operator. Honestly, if I could wave my magic wand and we had money, I'd give you everything, but we just don't have the money. But I understand what Councillor Christie just said in terms of that position, so I'm okay with that, the equipment operator one.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor McGee.
I see that this number might be slightly misleading, and that I think it's costing us money by not having this person there as well, which we're not able to put into the budget based on just the retraining costs alone. My experiences as an employer is stupid, so I'm in favor of both.
Okay, thank you for that. So again, it looks to me like the majority of council is weighing in favor of retaining both of those positions. So at that point then, Mr. Gannon, I guess I would be looking for some supportive argument for why we might move forward with a protective services admin support position. And I understand they are to support both our enforcement side and the fire side, but if you could just help us understand kind of what's projected there.
Thank you, through the chair. The protective services admin support is something that I've seen since I've been fortunate to come to the organization. The amount of administration that actually goes through that department is surprising. Please understand that we have a significant partnership within our community and how we deliver our service, and those agreements and that type of work involves a significant amount of administration as well. So to be able to move with agreements, the different programs we have in there, even though the peace officers drive the majority of the programs, there can be some support there. Same thing with the fire service and our chief working with the other chiefs in those other departments. There's admin that comes from their meetings. There's a significant amount of work and information that goes back to our communities on those meetings. And in order to have the actual manager or people at a higher level pay for that level of service and move forward, we would like to redirect those resources on looking at different development of programming and as well as understanding the future agreements and potential opportunities there. So it's just given the resource to create capacity to do other things, but also support those individuals that are doing the majority of the administration where their resources could be used at a more efficiently.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you for that. Yeah, go ahead, Councilor McGee.
Could you give an example of where you could see an increase? So you're taking someone who's higher paid, taking care of those initiatives. What would be better? What do you see the benefits of that person doing other things? So what things are missing at this point because they're doing this?
Thank you, through the chair. It's not that things are missing, it's that things take a significant amount of time to move forward. So they do great work of trying to move deliverables for the community and council, but it gives them a little bit of time to be more innovative and come up with better solutions on how we run our department and fire services, have more conversations with our partners, being able to, expedite some of the conversations within our agreements and our controls and work with our partners. Time in, time out is pretty well how I look at it, is the only amount of time they have, they can do the resources that are there. Our manager has a list of things on her board that she would really love to bring forward, but it's capacity, it's creating that capacity. And right now, we use our internal resources. We cross borders into other departments trying to find those supports. But those supports are also becoming less and less available through the organization.
So I guess I would ask a question, could we do some contract project manager support stuff? So could we rate the projects that are sitting on that board and say, okay, this is one we really like to push, and could we be contracting someone to come in and push that agenda forward and thereby not have to hire a full-time person, but would maybe help us in a stopgap measure for a current year rather than committing to a full-time person?
Through the chair, absolutely. We can look at those different deliverables that way. This was an opportunity we wanted to put towards council, and as you can see, it's moderate to low because we understand we have been operating under this umbrella for quite some time, and they've been quite efficient and working quite diligently. I just want to make sure those resources are there for, especially when we look into our agreements and stuff like that. But the increase in contract service, we can definitely look at that and bring that back to council for consideration if the project needs to move forward.
Okay. And I guess my only other comment would be is if within our contracts we're seeing increased demand for either protective services or enforcement, that perhaps those costs should be being pushed towards the persons requesting the increased level of service. So at this point, I guess I would weigh in to say that as much as I love the idea of going in this direction, perhaps we could be creative and deal with specific projects with contract and look hard at what kind of increase we are getting in terms of requests for additional services, and then be pushing those costs to the people making that request. So I guess I'm going to weigh in and say I'm probably a no here. So. And I guess I would look forward to hearing from the rest of council as well. Councillor McGee.
Yeah, I'm a no.
That'll be 3.
Yeah, I'm a no as well this time.
Well, I'd like to hear your opinion, Councillor Christie.
I'm afraid to voice it. I'm on the fence with this one, but if I have a choice between the 3, this is the one I'd rule out.
Okay, thank you for that. And I guess I'm asking the Deputy Reeve, do you care to weigh? Thank you for weighing in. So I would say that as far as that position is concerned, the majority of council is not in favor of going forward in that direction at this time. And the encouragement, I guess, I would bring to the table to both enforcement and the fire service side of things is council would be open to considering alternatives, but at this point, I don't see that.
Thank you, council.
Okay. The next one I'd like to deal with relatively quickly, and it's a new proposal grant for cemetery community grant. We haven't had a conversation around it specifically today, but we did have at a committee of the whole meeting, and it's actually, just clarify for me, please, Carolyn, this is a reallocation of money, or is this a new pot of money?
This is a grant policy brought on by the Ag Service Board, so I have no idea what it's about.
Okay, so it's a new pot of money.
Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Gannon, I guess we're back to you.
Thank you, through the chair. Yes, this was an initiative that we found. There's certain things within our bylaws and our rules that we're able to do at those cemeteries that we manage. And there's a lot of increased requirements that are coming from, some of the groups in order to perform some of the actions there for improvements. And because they're not incorporated within the bylaw, this funding is going to be under the care and control for council to make determination to see if they want to fund those changes and be able to maintain those areas with that group of funding. These groups that do come forward, they regularly don't have a funding mechanism. It's a goodwill venture in order to maintain these cemeteries, and we're just trying to find an opportunity for them to have some of that funding to maintain those sites for the region's families that stay in there.
Okay, so the groups that are doing this work are basically community groups, and we don't have any other funding grant program that might suit or meet the needs that they would have in this area?
Through the chair, we don't feel it does. And that's one of the reasons why we came forward. We felt that there was a void with potential funding opportunities, especially for the type of changes they want to do and what we're supposed to do within our bylaw. So it really changes the opportunity depending on what's there. It also gives a purview when they do come to council requesting the funding to see if that is a change they would like to do or how that marries into the long-term goals of those cemeteries.
Okay, thank you for that. So the amount of money that we're talking about here is $4,000, and again, I guess I would ask that be interested in the opinion of council in terms of direction here. Councillor Cunningham.
I just applaud these community groups for taking this initiative on. So for the cost of $4,000, I'm totally in favor of it. The cemeteries provide a source of history for us, and it's also honoring our residents that have passed on. So I'm 100% in favor.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Christie.
I'd be in favor too, but I'd also like to have it the same as our other community grants where it's a 50-50 matching program so that we got skin in the game. But for sure, I think there's a need.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Forbes.
I also would back this as well, but at the 50-50, because you're right, they should have some skin in the game, and if they're passionate about it, they'll come up with the 50% for sure.
Okay,
Yeah, I'm the same. Needs to be commitment there too, which I think these groups have always come forward with, so that's not a big condition. That's just more of a suggestion to administration when you write the bylaw around this $4,000, that that's part of that.
and I guess I would ask you, Deputy Reeve, how you're feeling in this area. Are you supportive of this initiative, or?
Supportive if it's a cost share.
Okay, thank you for that. So it sounds to me, since I'm on side as well, that you have a majority of opinion here. And I think it's important that we acknowledge that these groups are really doing good work out there, and we appreciate that. And if we can help facilitate that, I think we're on side with that. Okay, the next one is the Environmental Technician Extension Person for Ag Service Board. And as I expressed earlier, I have a number of concerns with this position, and I'm afraid I'm going to be a no on this one. So, and I would look forward to hearing what the rest of council has to say. So, Councillor Forbes.
I also would be a no on this position now that I understand that only 30% would be used by other departments.
Councillor McGee.
I still need to better understand what is the consequences of us not having this position filled.
Mr. Gannon.
Thank you. Through the chair, the position or the change within the agriculture services delivery mechanism was to reallocate some of the responsibilities onto this position and create a little bit more availability for the land care coordinator, which would be moving some of the supervision and field provisions in there. So it does affect both positions. What it would most likely remove is a lot of the development and delivery extension, some of those events that we're trying to push, as well as some of the funding application assistance that we were looking at delivering through that program. So we'll do our best to try to manage without that position, as we already do, but how we move forward within the delivery and the additional supervision in the field. Again, those two other positions that were previously approved, we're not sure what form of supervision that might perform or create capacity. So there's some unforeseens as well on our part.
Thank you. I see the value in having it here, but I'm thinking that's something we need to evolve to. So I would like to see this wait a year and revisit this.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Christie.
I'm on the fence for this one. Is there a contract ability here for the sudden need of stuff to kind of grow into a position? Can we contract a third of it and take some of the load off the ag staff and still make it grow?
Mr. Gannon.
Thank you through the chair. At this time, I don't really have that information. I'm trying to think historically if I've ever done a term position like this or seen a term position like this where we've contracted out those services. This is such a specialty area that really involves the county mechanism. So I'm not sure, but we can re-examine that, and as council has expressed here as well, of if we bring it back next year, we might have a better understanding of other contractor availabilities to create capacity where we don't have to. We didn't explore that, frankly.
Okay, I was just, in relation to the Economic Development Office, that we contracted some of that out to bridge in between having an officer and not, so that was just my thought.
Thank you, and through the chair, it's one of those positions, if we do, most environmental positions based that I've seen have been at the engineering level as far as contract basis, but again, I'd really have to examine that opportunity, and I don't have that information for council today.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Cunningham.
I'm a no at this time.
Okay, thank you. I guess I'm looking at you, Deputy Reeve.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. At this particular time, I would say no. I'm going to wait until Capstone starts paying us $6,666,666.67 for the next 30 years. Because that's what my math shows, 200 million divided by 30, that's the numbers. And when that happens, we can maybe look at it again.
I appreciate your viewpoint. Councillor Christie.
I was being gentle on him. I went over 40 years when I did my calculation.
Well, they did specify 30 when they sat here in front of us today. So it sounds like that's a pretty solid no. And again, I guess I'll express the same concern I expressed at the Ag Service Board meeting. I really don't feel that this has been developed to a point where I truly understand what we're going to accomplish here. And so I'm not saying no on an absolute never, ever, forever, but I certainly would like to see a much more solid projection of what this job would do for us and how we might move forward with it. Okay, sorry. So we have enhanced public engagement, and I understand there's a possibility to fund this in a different way than just through the new initiatives in the operating budget. And so would someone care to clarify how that might work? Mr. Hogan.
Dear Mr. Reeve, when administration looked at this, we do anticipate that there's going to be, well, it's been a goal of council to increase the public engagement and participation processes that we're doing. If that is going to be an every year long-term thing, then eventually we do want to evolve where that's a more just permanent part of the budget. What we looked at this year is council does include in the budget a $100,000 for strategic initiatives, and that's given as your strategic plan comes into play and you do different things each year. You have that pot that you can do those things with, right? So what we're proposing is in order to meet this threshold, we can potentially fund some of the projects like the land use bylaw update and things like that through that strategic initiatives under the citizen engagement component. That does mean that in the future, we're going to need to look at, and council will need to give some thought to what part of the budget should just permanently be for citizen engagement activities. Because of course, like anything, yeah, you pay an opportunity cost for doing that. So with that 100,000, if 30 of it's for this, you don't have that 30,000 to forward other parts of the strategic plan. So that's the trade-off, but in looking to see if we could find some more money, we do believe that that's feasible this year.
Okay, thank you for that. So, yeah, as council, we've made it very clear that we were interested in much better engagement than what we had seen in the past. So I think we're all very supportive of enhanced public engagement. But if there's an opportunity to fund it other than straight out of operating, I certainly would support that. I think from the head nodding I see, Mr. Hogan.
Yeah, to just continue on that, Mr. Eve, I think that the way we'd look at this is this would be sort of a transitional year where we could fund it from that call it that special pool of money, even though it is part of the operating budget, with the intent of, as we clarified that, identifying what the yearly amount of engagement we're going to be doing is based on projects, and then that becomes a standard part. So I would look at that as, this is not the way to do it every year, but this might be a stepping stone or a transition to get there.
Yeah, and I think we heard pretty clearly that we need to, if we're going to go down that pathway, we need to find a way to fund it on an ongoing basis. Councillor Cunningham.
Some of the feedback that I've heard in the past year is people are very appreciative of the community engagement that has happened. So I would just like to see us continue to move forward that, increase it, and I think it's excellent.
Okay, any other comments? Since Councillor McGee.
I'm tempted to say let's spend it, but
Well, that's why we have more than one person sitting at the table, so, yep. Okay. So I guess the question I would ask then is, are we gonna say, let's commit to it, or are we gonna take an interim approach to funding this initiative? Recognizing that this is being driven by us as council, and it's a request that we've made of administration to go forward with this type of engagement. So we've been offered two options. One is that we bite the bullet and we fund it through operating, or we take an interim step where we use our strategic initiatives fund to do it. Councillor McGee.
can I throw in another idea?
Sure.
How about if we just help with the transitional year by just 10,000, knowing that it's going to grow? So then we have a bit of extra money to help grow what we're doing, to make a plan for how we're growing, but knowing that you can handle it being transitional as well, then maybe not the full amount.
So you're saying that we would cover a third of it through operating and the rest through, okay? Am I seeing a consensus on that? I'm looking at nodding heads, so perhaps what we're saying then is let's take a part of that into operating, a third of that into operating, so 10,000, and then we would use the strategic initiatives fund to do the other. That's the correct fund, am I right? Yeah. To do the other. And did you have a comment, Mr. Hope?
I was just to make sure that admin is clear. I think we are, but so that admin, council, and the public listening are all clear. So we would still allocate the 30,000 towards those initiatives. What we're really changing is it would be $10,000 of new expenditures, and the funding source for the other 20 would come from an existing area of the operating budget. So that's what that would look like under that model.
Yep. Okay, good. All right. I haven't heard any traffic behind us yet. Oh, it is? Okay. So do we want to take a recess for lunch and then come back and tackle the remainder of this discussion? And so I would say let's take a recess. I'm going to suggest, is 45 minutes enough? Okay, so let's be back at, I'm going to say 1:15, and then we'll continue our discussion at that time. So we're in recess. So it is 1:15, and I will call the council meeting back to order. And we are going to continue in our budget conversation. So we are currently looking at new initiatives, needs, and want versus wants. And so we're at the roadside weed control section. And we now know that basically we're talking about 180,000 in terms of increased mowing and 109 to diversify the roadside weed spraying program. Councilor Christie.
My question is on the roadside mowing contract. Our contract's 3 years old at 180,000 for one pass. We're assuming that 2 passes is gonna be that 180,000. I suspect it might not be.
Thank you, through the chair. There have been some conversations in the background. Obviously, we can't enter into contracts with individuals without this being mentioned or going through due process. But the estimate is they're compiling information from previous years as well as what's there today. Does that state exactly that there might be an additional cost? There may be. And if there is an additional cost to that, we'd have to bring that cost back to council for consideration at that time too.
Okay, thank you.
I guess the only comment I would add to that conversation would be is that with a second pass mowing, there might be some efficiencies in terms of the amount of material that's being mowed, so there might be opportunity there for them as well. So, Councilor Christie.
That's a double-edged sword because
Yes.
green stuff doesn't chop near as good as dry stuff does.
Exactly. Thank you. So, Mr. Gannon or Mr. Christie, do you want to just outline the rationale behind why we're going in this direction and why we're proposing the increase here, both in terms of the direction as far as the increased chemical cost and why, and then also what the consideration behind that second pass mowing might be?
Thank you, through the chair. I'll do the best to try to ad lib to our wonderful team that's in the background that does this work, as I am not an expert in the chemical applications. As we discussed in quite fruitful conversations with the ASB board is we feel we're losing ground, as has been mentioned by council and the ASB, on managing our weed control program. We brought back to the ASB that type of information to say that, listen, we need to readdress the strategies and find out what levels of service the ASB would want with regards to this portfolio and different methods that we've used in the past and currently this year with how we've tried to manage that program and how effective the program has been or how ineffective it actually has been in some applications. So through those conversations, you know, having a double pass within the area will maintain some of the control mechanisms within the weeds. And the additional spraying and the additional cost in spray is a combination of dual effectiveness within products and when you actually use it in the field, if I'm translating the information properly from our wonderful ag team. So they're really looking at aggressively trying to find some controls within this program because it feels like an endless battle that we're actually falling behind with. So in order to try to, you know, reduce the spread and try to control it, it was within those discussions with the ASB that this would be probably one of the good methods of seeing how we do and how we can move forward. And I believe that this program is going to be reviewed pretty significantly every year on its cause and effect and how successful it is. So this is trying to get ahead of it. Could it change in future years? I see it changing every year as the environment changes out there and the tolerance within the different weeds out there also change.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay. I know with conversations that happen in meetings outside of council, sometimes that information doesn't get transferred or translated to the public, and I think it's important that they understand that there is a real feeling that we are losing ground, and it is a concern to us as a council and as the county as far as what's happening with weed management on our roadsides. And so by diversifying chemical and addressing things mechanically, we're hoping that we'll gain some ground. And it comes with a cost, unfortunately, but so I guess the question that I'm going to have to ask is in terms of, are we supportive of the direction that's being recommended by Ag Service Board? And if so, are we going forward with this change in the budget? Councillor Christie.
I'm supportive, and part of the chemical cost is if we have the spray crews out more, they're going to need more chemical. And we need chemical that's going to be effective as the weeds evolve for us.
Sure, Councillor Cunningham.
So I'm totally in support of this. I know I fielded a lot of calls this year on the weeds, and I was appreciative of the fact, I know they had hoped to have it all done by October, but they were mowing into November, which, I mean, luckily the weather allowed that, so I did appreciate that. So, yeah, I think just to get ahead of things and keep this under control, I'm 100% with this.
Okay. I also am supportive of this direction.
So am I.
Me too.
Deputy Reeve Whitstock, did you want to weigh in, or?
No, I'm supportive of the initiative. My thoughts are, if we don't tackle it now, and I mean, it's a problem now, but if we don't tackle it now and spend the money, it's just going to cost us more, and it's going to be harder to get back to where we are at the present moment, which isn't a great moment either. So I would certainly say that, yeah, spending the money is probably someplace we have to be. Whether we want to be there or not, we have to be there.
Okay, thank you. So I guess I would say that based on feedback is that council's very much in support of that initiative and support of the direction that Ag Service Board is recommending. So where does that leave us? Ms. Von Meerbach, do you want to maybe summarize for us, and then we'll continue to fight our way through this, if you don't mind?
Absolutely. So you've got up on the screen where council has landed on the new initiatives with yeses for contracted IT support, WaterCAD software, the shop position, seasonal support for ag services, an equipment operator, no on the protective services admin support, yes for the cemetery community grant as long as that is with a cost sharing agreement with that grant, no to the environmental technician, a partial funding of the enhanced public engagement, so $10,000 being funded out of the operating budget and $20,000 being funded out of strategic initiatives, and then yes to roadside weed control at $289,000. So I've updated all of that within our dashboard, and we are still sitting at a $2,441,000 shortfall. With that being said, I have a couple other items that we kind of have identified as administration that council can discuss within this that I can also use and update the dashboard. So I'm going to pop back into the PowerPoint because I've got a few discussion points in there that we can facilitate. So the first item, and this one actually encompasses not only new initiatives, but all projects. And we could round back to this later after we address the operating budget if council wishes, or we could address that now. Project approvals are all funded out of either community grants, provincial grants, or reserve funds. They don't impact the core operating budget. But there's a list of projects that need, a pulse from council on whether they should be included in the budget that comes forward on December 12th. We also have identified investment revenue, and council had, on October 24th, we presented the initial reserve strategy where we were starting to look at transitioning investment revenues away from being an operating budget funding source and into being a reserve funding source. So one item that we could do this year is defer that initial transition, which would reduce the shortfall by $163,000 if we returned the investment revenue back to the levels from 2023. Again, we kind of understand that based on current interest rates, we're going to receive more revenue than that, and that amount would still go back into reserves. You just wouldn't have the extra bump of transitioning away from it being an operating budget funding source. Does council wish for me to go through all of these and then kind of round back to the first one?
Sure, let's do that. I think that way we have kind of a bigger picture of what all is on the table, and then we can go from there. Sure,
Absolutely.
if you don't mind.
So the next piece is one of the biggest contributors to the shortfall is a significant increase in capital equipment plan contributions. One item that we could do is spread this out over a period of 2 years. So rather than increase by the whole 900,000, you'd increase by, council could opt to not increase it at all this year and worry about it next year. But administration, based on our funding levels and our projections, that's not exactly what administration would recommend. So you could put it at a 50% and spread it out over 2 years, which would reduce the shortfall by $459,000. The other item we've addressed, we've discussed new initiatives, and we've deferred a few of those and approved a few of them as well. And then there's some alternative options that could be discussed by council in terms of closing the shortfall. There could be discussions around service levels and what those are and whether there's cost savings associated with adjusting service levels. There could also be some closed session discussion items. There can be a discussion on what our water rates are, both bulk water and water distribution systems. Discussions around the minimum tax rate and what that looks like, the actual core tax rates and what those are, as well as potential draws from the revenue stabilization reserve. I'll remind council that that reserve is intended to be, the money's been put aside so that we can have a streamline for tax rates so that there isn't significant bumps in one year or another. And so that's always a funding source that council has available to balance the budget.
Okay, thank you. So let's go back to the first one, I guess, which would have been the delaying the transition of the, is that the first one? Mm-hmm. Of the revenues from operating to reserve. So what's the thoughts of council? There's a potential, we had talked about moving that 163, almost 164,000 into reserves, and rather than use it in operating, but we have an opportunity to use it here to help fund the operating side of the budget. So Deputy Reeve Whitstock.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Question for you, Ms. Von Burbach. When we looked at drawing from the revenue stabilization reserve last year, we were looking at 600,000. We didn't do that, did we? We went 300,000, or am I dreaming in Technicolor?
Through the chair, it was actually 200,000 that we ended up drawing out of the revenue stabilization reserve.
Okay, how much is left in the revenue stabilization reserve?
Through the chair, at present, we have $6.2 million in the revenue stabilization reserve.
Okay, I'm sorry to draw it back to the last point as the chair wanted to go to the first point, but I needed to keep that in the back of my head, so. Okay, thank you very much for that answer. 6 point, what did you say?
6.2.
6.2, okay, thank you.
There's no wrong questions, and there's really no set process here, so. Okay, so I guess I'm looking for, I guess not so much me as Ms. Von Merbach is looking for our direction and in terms of what it would be we might want to do. So the big items on the table really are to change what we do with the 163 investment revenues, to change the amount of money that we are increasing to go into the capital equipment plan contribution. Suggestion here is by half, and then to phase that in more slowly, recognizing that at some point in time we have to make sure that we are covering those costs. And then potential draws from the revenue stabilization. Those are probably the three big ones, but in addition to that, there are, you know, the minimum tax, there's tax rates, which can be significant as well. And we could look at water rates. So I guess I'd like to maybe deal with two of the big three first, which would be the reduction of the investment revenue allocation and what we might want to do as far as the capital equipment plan contribution. So I'd be looking for council's opinion on both of those. There's potentially, call it $600,000 that's available there in rough calculation to reduce the shortfall. So. Councillor Forbes.
I'll start, I guess. Because I am always mindful about the future and making sure that we put money away for such things. I understand in this budget that we've allotted for that to happen for all the equipment we currently have. I just don't know if we should be doing it all in 1 year. So I am also in agreement that doing it at a 50% for this year and slowly working over 2 years and working our way up there, because we have to get there eventually anyway. So I'll never say let's just wipe it out, but let's have the forethought that we have to think about the future, so we're not putting the county in debt later on.
Okay, thank you for that. Any other thoughts? Direction? Councillor Christie?
Somewhat off the topic, Capstone couldn't tell me the revenue for taxes in the next year. Do we have a number in our budget, or is we're just sitting waiting there?
Through the chair, can you clarify that one?
The revenue from Capstone Solar Energy Facility north of Three Hills, do we have a number in our budget? No.
Mr. Hogan, go ahead.
Mr. Chair, so specific to that, we don't. We have, you know, internally, we have an informal estimate of where we think it's going to be. But that being said, the other bit of information we don't know is how that compares to, say, the added depreciation from oil and gas and whether it's enough to offset. So we won't know that until likely the end of February.
And that'll be the total assessment even on residential and everything else comes at that time.
Around that time, that's correct, yeah. So there's different components that come at different times, but they're all generally in the new year. What has been put in front of you is predicated on the idea that we would collect the same amount of dollars in taxation in 2024 that we collected in 2023. Of course, that'll change as council gets into discussions about increasing taxes, things like of that nature later on today. But for right now, we've just built in the same number. How that's divvied up isn't outlined in there.
Thank you.
Okay, so we know that in the budget projection that's here is we basically have revenues projected at the same level as we had in 23 if we don't make any changes in assessment or tax rates or new assessment or anything like that, so. So again, I guess I come back to the first two things that are being proposed or suggested as options for us by administration, which is the delay in the transition of reallocating the investment revenues and the reducing the amount of additional monies going into the capital equipment fund. And again, I got some feedback from Deputy Reeve Whitstock that says he's in favor of doing both of those things. So thank you for that. And again, basically the number there, it's just shy of $623,000 if we were to do both of those things. So that would then put our shortfall at about 1.8, which is moving in the right direction. So other thoughts? Sure, Councillor Cunningham.
I don't know if I have thoughts. I mean, I don't know if we have a choice. I mean, we got to find the money somewhere, so unless there's some other mystical, magical ideas, I don't want to do it, but we have to do something.
We can't just print more money, so. Deputy Reeve Whitstock.
I guess the reason that I went in that direction is because barring another tax holiday, we should be able to collect more revenue in 25 after the tax holiday is done. What I'm trying to do here is stitch together a program where we don't have to raise taxes now, because hopefully tax holiday will go away and we will collect extra revenues from those oil and gas facilities that have come online in the last 3 years. Ultimately is my last year's excuse.
Councillor McGee.
Yeah, I like that reasoning too. I agree. I think this year is kind of like a transition year. We've got to find a way to get through it, and we'll have a better conversation with our next budget. So yes, I agree with both plans.
Okay, thank you for that. I think I'm seeing a direction.
I agree with both.
Okay, so if we say that we are going to redirect that 163,984 and reduce the capital equipment plan contribution by the 459, we realize a revenue difference of $622,984, which takes us to our 1.8. Thank you. Okay, so those were the low-hanging fruit. So I had a question, and maybe I'll ask it now, related to, just have to find it in the package here. Can you find the water rates thing? Not putting my fingers on it very quickly. Okay, thank you. So just by way of conversation, what does like a 25-cent per cube thing look like? I know it would put us at 385, 235, and 475 on our various rates.
That would add an additional $68,895 in revenues.
68,000.
$68,900.
68,900. That's a 25 cent per cube increase, correct?
Correct.
That was on both the well and the,
That's on well, water lines, and bulk water,
so both.
correct? Yep. Okay. And the $25 minimum tax thing is about 23.9 or something like that? $23,575.
Yes.
Deputy Reeve?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A question for Mr. Hogan. Three Hills water rates. The anticipation on those changing and when they would change.
So through you, Mr. Chair, we don't know the answer to that yet. So we do know that from what we've seen with the town, that they are looking at a significant increase to their water rate. They still want to have, and as do we, have some conversation around if that's the right rate or when that occurs. So there's not a specific time frame I can give you, but I would guess that they don't want to be still having the conversation at this time next year.
Okay, so ultimately what they would like to do is have the rates change here in this next budget year. And we're trying to figure out what we're doing, and it's gonna make it a little more difficult.
So in our water charges that we charge, we have like a base billing, or I don't know, $30 or $20, or what is that?
$31 per month.
Okay. So if we were to change that, what happens to any, like, if you change that by $1 or $5, does it make any significant impact in any way?
Through the chair, every dollar is about $10,000 in revenue.
And what do we call that, service fee, or what do we call it?
Yeah, riser fee, I think.
Okay. Connection fee,
Through the chair, it's a flat rate, maintenance rate, it's called, labeled.
maintenance fee?
Maintenance rate, yes.
And do we have a corresponding fee that we have on the wastewater side? Mr. Zier.
Yeah, thank you. So through the chair, the sewage charges are basically a flat rate. They're not based on usage. They are specific to the hamlet. So Huxley is $233 per house per month, Swalwell $612 per month, Torrington $345 per month. And Wimborne is actually $1454 per month.
Okay, did I hear you correctly? You want to repeat those?
Sure, yeah. Huxley, $2.33 per house per month. Swalwell is $6.12 per house per month. Torrington, $3.45 house per month. Wimborne, $14.54 per house per month. And actually, we have a specific charge just for the mobile home parks, which is $3.45 per occupied lot per month.
So of our wastewater side of things, what are we recouping in terms of revenue compared to cost? Just a huge ballpark number.
Yeah, I'd hesitate, through the chair, I'd hesitate to even answer that yet. Without that was part of the, as we talked about the rate review we were doing. And understanding what our subsidies on all of these rates are is a big part of that conversation. I know I've seen many different models for sewage charges as well. This is a little bit outside of the norm from what I've seen, and that's why I would be interested to bring forward some different proposals to council, just to see what we're looking at. I would hesitate to guess that this is not covering our costs for operating those facilities.
Okay. Can you tell me of the risers or connections that we have in the county? How many of those would be being built that are not connected? So we obviously have about 10,000 connections. If $1 creates 10,000. So of that, percentage-wise, do we know? Oh, okay.
Through the chair, $1 per month is $12 per, so I think it's about 800 and something
Oh,
connections
so
is what
it's
we
per year, right? Yes.
And I could, it would take me a few moments, but I could tell you how many connections aren't actually utilizing water.
Like, I don't necessarily really want to penalize somebody who's hooked onto water and using it, but at the same time, we know that we're subsidizing the water side pretty heavily as well as the wastewater side. If we had a higher fee for just that maintenance, would that actually generate more connections or not? I don't know. So we have 833 connections. Deputy Reeve Woodstock.
Just to make things a little bit clearer, when those connections were put in place, there was no option to opt out. If you had a residence on a specific quarter or a specific acreage, you were required to take a riser. Just wanted to bring that forward.
That was part of the water systems and the installation of them, right?
Absolutely.
Through the chair, I have 873 unique connections that were reported in the last year of data. 49 of those had no usage associated with them.
Okay, so it's pretty low percentage-wise.
I am actually quite surprised with those numbers, but thank you for getting those, Marika.
You're welcome. There's also some that are fairly low usage too, but I'd have to do a little bit more analysis to kind of tell you a little more detail on that.
So, again, doing my seat of the pants math as we go along here. If we were to increase our riser maintenance fee by that $1 and generate approximately $10,000 of revenue, increase the water cube rate by 25 cents a cube, and increased our minimum tax rate by $25, we would generate an additional $102,000 approximately. So there's, again, that's not a grand piece of money, but as you see, based on Marika's dashboard there, that it brings us into the 1.7 million. And it's gotten us away from talking about the hard things, which are tax rates and revenue stabilization draws. So And maybe revenue stabilization reserve draw is much easier to talk about than tax rates, so. So can you tell me approximately what a 1% increase relates to across the board?
It equates to about $244,000.
$244? Thank you. So a 4% across the board would generate almost $1 million. And the water bill that's reflected on this dashboard is every 2-month water bill? Or is that total over the year?
This is an annual impact for ratepayers is what's represented on the dashboard.
Right, so that's a 12-month impact.
Yes.
Thank you. Don't everybody jump in at once. Mr. Hogan, if you would, please.
At the risk of being unpopular, one of the things that I'd point out for council's consideration is when we went through the new initiatives, between the additional weed control pesticide, the capacity building to run those programs, there was over 300,000, I think it was 320-ish, somewhere in there, of new initiatives related to Ag Service Board. So one of the things I'd point out is a question for council is that, does council have any thoughts on the funding for that? And the reason that I'm asking that is when I look at the 4% across the board, you're adding over $300,000 of service for the agricultural community. At 4%, you're generating an extra, I think it was $80,000 to cover that off. That is if you subscribe to the theory of that ag should be paying for that. If you don't, then you'd spread it out among the whole tax base. So it's not necessarily a, you have to do it this way, it's just putting it out there for council's consideration.
Councillor McGee.
Yeah, I just want to decide just how ugly I wanted people to get mad at me by saying how much I want. I'd like to see at least a 10% farm increase. I'm thinking maybe even as high as 14 increase in farm, because I agree. We service a lot of farm-related, ag-related items, and the tax base just doesn't support it. And that just is the reality of how the land is assessed, and I think I don't know many farmers who'd be really surprised if that's what we did anyhow. Okay, let's try 14. 10's not enough.
I was going to say thank you, Mr. Hogan, for that leading question. And I don't disagree. It's perhaps we could say it's not all necessary ag because it's roadside weed control, but the spin from that is roads and weed management, and what the Ag Service Board does and transportation does is not just strictly focused on oil and gas, but it's huge on our ag side as well, so. So, yeah, I think it makes sense to examine that possibility, so. Go ahead, Councillor McGee.
Since we have room in our ratio, could we take a look at non-residential being 5%, please?
You'd like to take our ratio backwards. Councillor Cunningham.
I'm a little concerned about the residential part. I know we talk a lot about economic development, and I just don't want to see people find that we're taxing them so much that they're going to pack up and head elsewhere, which I hope doesn't happen, but I just want to be mindful of that. And then I guess I just go back to those new initiatives. Is there anything else we can't live without? Rather than just look at what we can raise, what we can increase.
I guess in part that question is addressed to us as much as anybody, because we've just been through that review process to look at what those things might be, so. Marika, Ms. Von Ruvac, you're much quicker than me at finding these things. Can you go back to where we compare our residential tax rates with surrounding counties? I'm looking through the various.
I am working on getting that on your screen right now.
I was searching for it, and so, thank you. Here we go, page 19 on setting the stage pamphlet. Am I correct in that? So based on that information, it certainly would say we're not out of line with our surrounding municipalities. Certainly we're maybe slightly higher than a couple of places, but we are definitely below the majority of our surrounding comparables.
Yes, Mr. Chair, for residential, that is accurate. I also have for farmland, where we're slightly below the average at existing rates. And for non-residential, where we're slightly over the average.
I also know that the last little while we've been working hard to try to bring our ratio down so that we're taking less of our revenue from the non-residential side and trying to make our averages work more in our favor, so. So can you take us back to the dashboard again?
Absolutely.
I find it helps to have it right in front of me. So Currently, if we left it as we have conversed to this point, we would be sitting at a 4% increase on residential, 14 on farm, 5 on non-residential, and sitting with a shortfall currently of 330,000. Mr. Hogan.
Through Mr. Chair, there is one other item that we could potentially discuss, but it would suggest that it's a closed session item.
Okay. So perhaps that's a good thing to consider doing at this point in time would be to have a more confidential discussion around that suggestion. Would we be open to that? Okay. So then would somebody be willing to make that motion? So this would be advice from officials?
Yes.
So moved.
That's section
24.
24. Okay. So